All right. Hello everyone. Hello. I am sorry for the brief delay there. We as you can tell, we have a slight shakeup today because we have a guest with us beyond our
Yeah.
regular co-host, but let me get introductions out of the way. I am your host, Raymond McNeil of Celtic Phoenix Productions. Joining me, as always, is the excellent Judgmental Critter.
Huh? It's me.
The always acerbic young Kaiser.
You keep using that. Anyway,
It's
how
a
y'all
it's a
doing,
good
guys?
tag
I hope
word.
you enjoyed the stream.
The wonderful
accurate.
Twilight Guardian.
Hello there. I am working again today. Woo!
And joining us as a guest spot is Macabre Storytelling. Hello, would you
Hello,
like
hello.
to introduce yourself at all?
Yes, I am Mac of Macabre Storytelling. I make YouTube videos occasionally.
In fact, he made a rather excellent breakdown of the is it the entirety or was this season 1 of Avatar? I thought it was the entirety of Avatar: The Last Airbender, the animated series,
The whole anime.
which I thought was
Yeah.
very
I
thorough.
haven't had the chance to watch that video yet.
Then
Oh, yeah.
what am I doing here?
Also,
Why wouldn't you tell me that?
Wait, no, listen,
to my
you have a
face,
lot of
alright?
really good videos.
Fake fan,
okay?
Kaiser.
Say it to
I
my
thought that you
face.
liked it.
You come here
Unbelievable.
to my house on this, the day of my daughter's wedding.
Oh my God.
So, yes.
But yeah,
Our topic for today, as you may have noticed, is not, in fact, covering Bumblebee, because this entire stream series is so schizophrenic that we keep jumping from topic to topic. But I kind of want it to have a life outside of RWBY eventually, and we are quickly nearing the end of that. So I kind of want to
eventually.
A, stretch that out, and B, kind of seed our waters elsewhere. So today we are covering the live-action Avatar: The Last Airbender series, released
Yee.
by Netflix.
And we got some thoughts here today, people.
I have some thoughts, but who knows? I might be in the minority.
I'm nervous about my thoughts on this. It's because this has been a notably contentious production. Everyone knows that everyone that's like been listening at all knows that the original creators of Avatar: The Last Airbender left out on the project early on. Now, a lot of people think that it was mostly because they were starting up their own production studio. I think it was Avatar Productions or something like that.
Yeah, I think so.
Because they're doing an animated movie for Avatar: The Last Airbender now, and wait, oh sorry, I just got caught. Deaderix, by the way, I just finished watching Witch of Mercury, and there was no power of lesbians. Motherfucker, what do you? A rainbow literally saved the day. What do you want? They're wearing wedding rings. Anyway, sorry.
Oh my God.
Back to the important stuff.
Right, sorry. Okay, as I was saying, so
Right.
that was already a point of contention with the
In
original
your
creators
pants,
leaving.
dog.
I'm sorry. I get very angry. No,
It's okay. We still love you, Raymond.
I'm glad that has no bearing on people liking me. I feel like that shouldn't have any bearing on it, but it concerns me that you felt you needed to reassure me on that matter. I'm glad to know that at least that's not contingent, but I'm worried about other things. All right. So that
just take a joke, Raymond.
So yes, that was already a big point of contention. But then we started hearing certain things right up before release. A lot of press releases came out about a month prior that started like character changes and plot changes, things that people were uneasy about, myself included. I very much was worried when they started talking about how Sokka would be less sexist or it'd be reduced, how Katara
Yeah.
wouldn't have her mothering personality because it it calls upon negative gender stereotypes. Well, we can.
Oh, I didn't hear that one.
I'm pretty sure that was
I saw that one.
Yeah.
Oh,
And then what was the other one that was pretty? Oh yeah, Aang wouldn't be as childish because he basically had a prophecy.
I have words about that.
I have words about that too.
But one thing that they also promoted that I am very glad that didn't happen. Maybe it was because the article was just, maybe it's like the Onion kind of situation where it was just misinformation. But somewhere along the lines at the start of any talks of this happening, there were talks that, number one, this is going to be some magical high school setting. Thank God that didn't happen. Spoiler alert, people.
Damn
And
it.
number two, they...
Come on, that'd be kind of base, right?
And number two... Buddy, you've been through Euphoria. Do you really need Avatar to follow that same same track?
In terms entertainment
Anyway.
purposes, maybe. I don't know.
All right, listen here, buddy. And here's the second one. Fucking, they promised that there would be le sex.
Why?
Where did you hear these rumors?
Here's the thing. I had heard the school one. I heard that was like an early pitch, and that was shot down by the original creators early on. So like that was back in that. The sex one I've heard because I know that the Netflix wanted to lean into Game of Thrones of all thing for the tone.
Yeah, I heard. Okay, I heard the Game of Thrones stuff too, and I was like, "Oh, why?" Like, nobody cares about Game of Thrones right now, and even then, it's Avatar. It is a child's property, so why would you Game of Thrones a child's property?
Well, I was.
You said no one cares about Game of Thrones right now.
Because this isn't your dad's Avatar.
That is incorrect. I always care about Game of Thrones.
I mean, I was going to say, like,
more dragons.
House of the Dragons is apparently actually pretty. At least the first season was apparently pretty good. So it's kind of
but people care about House of the Dragon. They don't care about Game of Thrones.
That said, like after now seeing the full show, I understand what elements they took from Game of Thrones, and So I'm going to actually get my opinions on the show. I ultimately came out of the show liking it.
Same actually. The first 2 episodes were incredibly rough.
Yes.
But episodes 3 to 6 were very good.
Ooh.
Yes. I ended up actually.
I
will clarify my stance on this. I do not in any way think it is better than the original Avatar. I think it has several flaws that hold it back from that for a number of reasons. But I thought with how they redid a lot of things, it was pretty good. It was, and there were some things I will say I thought strictly better, but I wouldn't say it was a plurality. Even I would say that mostly there was like
you wouldn't call it a market improvement.
Yeah, 10% I thought was excellent. Like excellent reworking, excellently like remastered, and even that's being generous, I think. Then
also, hot take. There's actually a small plot point that I think that they actually did better than the cartoon.
I wonder if it's the same one that I'm going to be commenting on because I think
we'll all right, we'll get to that, but we can just go down the line.
Right. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify my stance on that, but like just to finish, 10%. Better, about 80% equal to harmless, if that makes any sense, and then 20% worse that holds it back. That's about where I sit on this. I think it might change as we discuss it, but we'll see. Anyway, so that's my thoughts. I guess going down the line would be then Twilight. You've already given your blanket statement, but I don't know if you want to elaborate at all.
Yeah, I would say that going into this show, I thought that it was going to be like absolutely awful after like the first 2 episodes. which I watched with one person, and then I ended up watching episodes 3 to 6
Same.
with somebody else, and then ended up watching the last 2 episodes on my own. But I thought that the show was going to be very awful going forward after those first 2 episodes, but no, I think that the first 2
They were
episodes were
rough.
kind of just growing pains. Yeah, they were very rough. But I ended up actually having a very good time watching episodes 3 to 6. And that's when I thought that maybe it wasn't actually going to be as bad as I thought. And I think that they stumbled a little bit in especially
Finale.
the last episode, yeah. But overall, I think that it is a solid show. And the main problem I have is mainly just the dialogue. The dialogue is god-awful in a
Okay.
lot of the scenes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was going to say, yeah, a lot of that was really, really rough. I feel like a lot, like, it's not even just the way that they are written is bad. It's how repetitive they can be and how
Yeah.
they're paced, and
Yeah.
also the way the characters are saying it, especially in Zhao's. Sorry, I
Oh,
I,
no.
I want.
Oh, well,
overtake you.
oh,
Do you have
I-
any further?
I was gonna say, like, next up is Mac. He's just in the middle right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I actually have only got up to about the
Get
third
in the
episode, so you guys are
What?
making me very excited. However,
We're gonna
I
be
will
spoiling
say-
the whole thing for you. I thought we had all watched everything. What? What?
I painstakingly lost sleep to not only watch the Netflix adaptation, but I binge watched the entire first season of the cartoon just for this.
Now who's the fake
No.
fan?
you
Now
guys
who's
think
the
that
fake fan?
you guys think that I actually even watch the shows that I review. False.
Oh my god!
I watch
Wait,
YouTube.
you didn't watch 13 Reasons Why? You didn't actually watch 13 Reasons
No
Why?
one actually watched
I'm
13
honestly
Reasons
jealous.
Why.
No,
Nope,
he
I
actually did watch 13 Reasons
Ah.
Why, and that is why he has lost brain cells.
Nope. I actually did watch that all the way through, unfortunately. But no, I
Yeah,
just
I
watched
Oh, I
YouTube
stopped
recaps.
at season 3.
Oh, that's fine. You should have stopped at the beginning of season 1, to be honest. But
Well, we both made that mistake.
You know that screen you pull up that says, click the play button to play. That's where you stopped with that.
Yeah.
or when it opens with, "Hey, just so you know, like if you need, we're talking about a bunch of like sensitive matters, so if you need
Let's
to talk to
start the
someone, you should." And it's
conversation.
like, and then they proceed to like romanticize and just use mental health for drama and like stuff. So yeah, irony.
Yay.
Really swag stuff.
I love it.
Really swag stuff.
So yeah, you've only watched 3 episodes.
Oh yeah. So, but I will say that I had the exact same feeling in the sense that after the first episode, I was very skeptical. After the second, I was almost like, I was almost to the point where I probably would have. I'm gonna like get through it, but by the second episode, I was like, oh geez, like I don't know about this. Especially with Suki's characterization, I'm not exactly
my
sure
God.
what happened there.
Oh my god, Suki's character.
Oh,
Suki's
yeah.
character only makes sense if you make Sokka a sexist person.
Yeah.
Like it only
I-
makes sense in that
I
way.
have
Her
thoughts on
attraction
that
to him.
because there's like I kind of like the angle they took with Suki, but the dynamic with Sokka was weird as a result of how they
Yeah.
changed him.
Yeah.
It's,
Yes.
it's like because I'm gonna be Suki was thirsty as fuck in this, and I'm kind of like
She was.
I'm like, you know what?
did love that.
I love
no
that.
reason.
Well, no,
She
he's
just-
hot. No, think about this. She has been
Well,
stranded on this
another
island,
thing, he is
basically
hot.
forced into this very conservative lifestyle. Suddenly, this hot boy going on a whimsical adventure stumbles in, and he's chiseled as like for his age, he is chiseled as fuck.
Look at this man's chin. God, look at this man's chin.
You know what? I started out when he was first
does.
cast. I was like, man, that poor man's chin. But after all of this, I'm like, that man holds that chin with fucking pride, and I am so happy for him. Go off, King. You guys will quickly find that Sokka is my favorite
God.
character in this adaptation.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's probably the one. Ironically, he's probably the one that is like the most salvaged out of all the characters.
Well, that's because
yeah,
after episode
his
3, they
interactions
actually
with her
did
was
make
a
him
little
into a
bit
comedic character. So he acted more like Sokka, and you can tell. Oh my gosh, Aang's poor actor. You can tell that he desperately wanted to have Aang's personality be more fun-loving.
Well, we'll get to that. Okay,
Yes.
so we've gotten Max
Oh yeah, sorry.
lightly boiled thoughts.
Yeah, so the first 2 episodes I was very skeptical. However, come episode 3, I was particularly very impressed because the big question I had is what were they going to add, or were they going to keep? How are they going to pace the multiple arcs? Because if they're moving away from the episodic structure, how are they going to meld it into a serialized structure?
Yeah.
And obviously, I still have to see how it all plays out. But I think that the way that they melded the Mechanist arc, the Jets arc, and Omashu, I thought that was like very inspired. I thought that was like a
Yes.
really cool,
Mhm.
and the way they not even that
was
they
good.
just both had them there, but they had them like they thought that the Mechanist was the traitor, but then it might be Jet. Like that was really really cool. So that really kind of like got me amped. I was like, the Boomy stuff that I saw was kind of but it's difficult because Boomy's such a larger than life character in the anime. That's an example of like where if you're gonna
think they did Boomy justice, but it's a change. It's a shift from what we're
it's
expecting.
like you have to in that case because he's so like that's a character that would work in an anime because of how like his transformation is just like so over the top. So it works, but in live action that's a case where you really have to take note of we can't just try to do that in the live action because like otherwise I haven't seen what they're gonna do, but I imagine they're not gonna have like a big like CGI monstrosity come through. Maybe I don't know, but
No, they just gave him a very very good very good prosthetics for his old man face, but then have him in like a 20 late 20s early 30 something year old body. It's
Okay.
really funny.
It's a great contrast.
Yeah.
Oh, I will say it's small critique. I did wish they did keep it a secret. It was Boomy until later.
Yeah.
I think they tell you right away. I guess it's like it's not that big of a deal, but I did kind of like that in the anime. That setup and payoff. So
The route they took with him,
Yeah,
I
fair.
understand why they did. It's actually I find it pretty interesting from a character point because it actually makes
Should we get on to Critter's thoughts?
Well, yeah, actually, we technically need Kaiser's thoughts.
Kaiser. He's been so quiet. Well, actually, both of them have been quiet. I can't see Critter. That's probably why I focused on her so much.
Kaiser,
So-
are you there?
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay.
We
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
You are.
Hello?
Yes, you're here.
Yes.
Okay, so I think overall, I think this show, first off, first 2 episodes, absolutely rough, especially the first episode. Good God, the first episode, that one was terrible.
First
But
episode.
aside from that, I think I'm of a very similar mind to the rest of you. I wouldn't necessarily call most of the things that happen in the show super excellent. I would say overall it's decent. If I were to give it a score right now or anything like that, I would definitely give like a solid 6 out of 10.
That was my
it
score.
definitely tries
That's
its
fair.
best to keep. Yeah,
Which,
it
you know,
definitely
is-
tries to keep like the general spirit. Oh god.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to not to interrupt you. My apologies.
Contribute
But I
to my
just you
point.
brought up a good point of I think that like I think it's okay for a show to be a 6 out of 10. I feel like nowadays when people talk about like like TV's so much worse now, it's like I think you're kind of forgetting like you think of all like the 10 out of 10 shows over the last 20 years. You don't remember like the fun
Yeah.
6 out of 10 shows or like 5 out of 10. Like they weren't good.
Right.
They weren't like, but it's like, oh, this is fun. We're having fun with it. I feel like people,
No, and that's
if it's not a 10
perfectly
out of 10,
fine.
it's not perfect.
think-
It's a bad show. It's like,
Yeah,
I
it's
hate
it's
that.
trash. Forget about it. It's like,
Yeah.
nah, fuck it. No, I'm tacitly against that mindset. There are many shows that I praise that I even bother to watch and end up being like, okay, this is somewhat decent, and I enjoy my time with it. My only issue is when the show is clearly shooting for the moon and it clearly doesn't, hit as hard as it probably should. Whether this classifies as that or not is one thing entirely, but I don't really see it as much of an issue as I would say with a certain show the four of us are familiar with. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Anyways, though, overall, I will say that it's I think a lot of what holds it back has to do with the fact that they are trying to cram the essential aspects of book one into one season, which to me feels like a little bit of a mistake, just a little bit. I mean, there are some changes that I would probably make if I had my way, but overall, I don't think it's an immense abomination. But I do understand people thinking like it does, especially with the Suki episode. That definitely didn't do anyone any favors. And certain characters' acting could have been much, much better.
I think that's all like direction. Like whoever was directing the actors is at fault there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the
director
actors
needs to be,
themselves are good.
the character director needs to be scrapped. Whoever is doing that.
The dialogue writer also needs to be scrapped.
They need to be given more
Yeah,
time.
because like one issue, if I may, one issue that I found with like the dialogue throughout the show is that it's especially apparent in Iroh's dialogue. Like I don't want it to be the exact same as Mako when he did Iroh. Rest in peace.
We'll get to that
But
because like there's
you notice the pacing of it is so much faster than it was in the
Kaiser.
original, and I don't think that did it any
We'll
favors.
get
yeah,
to that.
let's move
Because
on.
I have thoughts on Iroh especially. But Critter, your final off. What are your
Yeah.
initial thoughts?
Like I agree with everything you've all said. Like the first two episodes are rough, but the rest of it is a lot of fun. And I agree. Expanding on what Mac was talking about, I thought the way they threaded the Mechanist, Jet, and Amashu together was neat, but I wasn't fully sold on it just like right out the get-go. But some of the way they threaded other plot points down the line later on in the season, I thought got way, way more interesting. So it just got better and better as they moved forward. One thing so we talk a lot about how the first two episodes were the worst. I watched it with my boyfriend, and he hasn't seen Avatar in like years, so he doesn't have any memories of it. Like he's seen it, but he doesn't remember what happens or anything like that. He didn't like the first two episodes either, but then right after we started watching the animation, because he didn't remember any of it, and he liked the first couple of episodes of the animation even worse. So he preferred the first two episodes of the live action.
It wasn't.
Oh,
I was going to say is that the first two
Okay.
episodes, I remember. Like, I still remember the opening of Avatar overall was rough. I know Mac probably has thoughts on this because he did that whole review recently. But the Mac, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Oh no, I'm not
Okay.
talking. Maybe it's just
And your mic's picking up on
Yeah.
your Rahi Tuber's picking up your mic. That's why I was like, he's flopping his eyes.
yeah.
What's going on?
I breathe like Tony Soprano sometimes.
But no,
He's just biting at the bit to talk about this.
I-
With the cartoon, there's like 4 sneeze-related jokes in a row.
yeah,
And it's just
I
like
remember the opening to the first season of Avatar being very joke heavy, and I think that was like to its detriment.
was.
Was trying to get a lot of laughs out of people.
Mhm.
And it just it was trying to find itself. Obviously, I think it's like it's a weird parallel of like you have the overcorrection because the opening of this is super serious.
Yeah.
And it's like it overcorrects in that direction where you have like the two extremes, and we just there is a happy middle ground somewhere in terms of tone and balance and pacing that we haven't gotten yet. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, one day maybe we'll get a perfect Avatar opening, but it's not today, and I'm okay with it so far.
Definitely not.
I think
Yeah.
But I found that's an
I think that's
interesting anecdote, because like I've always wondered, like, if you start with something that's the not famous version of it. Me and Twilight, we just finished last week. We finished watching Eureka 7, and now we're starting Eureka 7 Astral Ocean, which is the potentially sequel, potentially we're not entirely sure exactly where it stands in relation to the main series, but we both recognize it is nowhere. It is nowhere near as good. It is already so much worse than the original. And like,
it's terrible.
If it were a standalone anime, it'd be like, it'd be okay. It'd be there. It'd be there. But as a sequel or in relation to Eureka 7, it's just bad. And it makes me wonder, like, if I had started with this, what would my thoughts on the original be? Like, how would I react differently? And it kind of came like, it might have turned me off the entire franchise. And that's what we're kind of worried about.
It was kind of funny because Raymond was like, "No, I don't think that it would turn me off of the entire franchise." But then but it's like, "No, if I think about it, yeah, it probably would." And it's like, "I told you."
But say, are you sure about that?
Yeah, and it's the first time that I've seen AO as well, because I skimmed through a couple of episodes of it and it didn't appeal to me, so I just never watched it. So it was the first time that I had actually seen it as well. So we were watching it for the first time, and yeah, I would say just like with this, like it's just not as good. There's just no theming the same as Eureka 7. Just everything about it. We are only just got to what seems to be the main plot of the show in episode 5. Episode 6, I think it was. That's 30% of the way through the series.
Episode 7, actually, because episode 6 has the stinger of the villain.
Right.
And also,
Jesus
oh
Christ.
my
I don't think
god,
I even got that far.
The
when
villain
I saw
is
it.
a tryhard named Truth. He calls himself Truth. It is It's so cringe.
That's the edgiest name that you could.
It is.
It could be vicious, like Cowboy Bebop.
Exactly.
You can't defeat me. I'm the truth. I'm like, oh,
Okay, let's see. Teddy Bear Paladin says, "I am a teddy bear paladin. I live to banish your nightmares and also give you back loose change left in the sofa." Oh, thank you, Teddy Bear Paladin.
Oh, thank you.
That's such a cute idea. Aw. All right, so sorry, we hijacked you, Critter. I'm sorry. Do you have any more thoughts on the series before we dive into like deep diving it?
Nothing surface value, all deep dive kind of stuff. I think it was fine. Like everyone, I keep seeing people on Twitter being like, "This is an atrocious change," and I'm like, it's fine. I think a lot of people just treat the OG a little too preciously.
Yeah.
And it sounds like what they would have rather had was a shot-for-shot remake. And I'm like, if you want the same exact thing shot for shot, you don't want a remake, you just want to watch it again. I'm more open for like changes happening here and there, weird things. Like I actually really liked what they were doing with Suki in episode 2. I thought she was a lot more fun this way, being like, I want to like boys, but how do you talk to boys without hurting them?
So if that's out of the way, then we can start our deep dive. And I was thinking about like trying to figure out how to structure this. I guess the best way
start at the beginning.
We could start at the beginning, because I mean, I kind of wanted to go like by characters or something like that, but just plot wise, we got to cover probably the biggest misstep of this entire show, which is the opening scene. Well, the second opening scene. I actually liked the opening fight between the Earthbender fleeing the Fire Nation. I actually liked that, and the whole
that was
the
fine.
Fire Nation fake out where like we're not really attacking Ba Sing Se, we're attacking the Airbenders. I thought
I was very confused because it's just like capital city, and it's like, are we in Ba Sing Se? And it's like, no, it's the Fire Nation capital. It's like, why didn't you specify that?
I had a note that said capital city Alabama. I was like, where the fuck are we?
Why didn't you specify it was in the Fire Nation?
We literally I was trying to come in from the perspective of someone who's never doesn't know anything about Avatar, and I'm like, what the capital city? This means nothing to me. Where the fuck is capital city? Why would you name something so generic? What the fuck?
Yes.
Like, you can name it capital city if it's the only country in the entire world.
It was the fucking Hunger Games. Are we
Yeah.
suddenly I see people wearing peacocks for headdresses?
Yeah, you'd think they'd come up with like a specific name for it.
Well, they
but I
did
guess
for
not.
Wolf Cove and the North, which I can't pronounce.
Yeah.
Like they gave names to all these other places. Why not capital city? Anyway, that opening scene itself was good. The issue is when they introduce the air nomads and Aang and how they deliver all this point. It is this blunt trauma exposition at its worst.
Oh, yes.
Because first things
Like
first.
seriously, while I was watching it,
Yeah.
I swear a guy could hear like the meme sound effect of the freaking metal bar falling down.
Yeah.
It was so to describe it, we have Aang who's hanging up, like just looking out over the entire air temple. And a side note, one thing that I was very impressed with the show was the scale and detail of these sets and locations. Even if they're CGI, it all looks beautiful, and I cannot give them enough credit for the set
does look
design.
good.
There are shots where like the CGI looks really bad. There are shots where the green screen looks really bad, but I when it comes down to the design, I cannot give enough praise in this show.
Honestly, yeah. I have this rating on I have 10 topics to cover on that, and each of them is going to be rated like 1 out of 5 for like a rating of 50. My ratings are costume, setting, story, characters, character arcs, effects and CGI, accuracy, detail, source material, dialogue, and honor.
Honor! Sorry, I couldn't.
Yeah, exactly.
I was waiting for someone to make that joke.
I mean, honor is so important in this show, man. You have to have it its own category. But yeah, I would say that the costuming and the setting is just absolutely phenomenal. Like, I was blown away by how much attention to detail that they put into the show. Just the amount of care and dedication that they did to making these cities look good, making them all look unique from each other, to be accurate to the original cartoon, but also livening them up for live action. And the costumes, how everyone was cast so well. Like, everyone looks exactly like how they should look. It's amazing.
I saw someone that said that Iroh's, I think it was Blue Butterfly. I want to say it was Blue Butterfly. It was one of the sketches. It was like, they didn't even get Iroh's beard right. And it's like, but no, that's how it would look in real life. Like,
Yeah.
it's stylized in the cartoon, but like beard doesn't work like the way it does in the animation.
At that point, you're like,
Yeah, because
okay, now
wasn't
you're
his
just like
kind of spiky a
looking
little
for
bit.
things.
But
Yeah.
what?
I saw someone complaining about the casting for Mei and Ty Lee. And it's like they look too similar to each other. They don't look different
No, they-
enough. And I'm like,
no,
yeah,
they don't.
they're human beings.
Don't
first
tell on
of all.
yourself, bro, like that. Bro.
I was gonna say I do have concerns about seeing them move. I mean, I need to see them in action. Ty Lee, I think, could be very gymnastic. It just I know that Mai looks, heavier than I imagined her.
Yeah. Well, because Mai is supposed to be a very tall, lanky lady,
Yeah.
and then they cast her with a much heavier set woman or girl in the show, and I thought that was a very interesting choice.
I kind of appreciate it because she is supposed to be kind of a spoiled noble, so like there's
Yeah.
something there to it that could be explored. It just, when it comes down to combat, I'm worried about like like whether or not she'll be physically up to the task. If she is, I will be very impressed.
I don't think that she's so heavy that
mean,
she can't
Yeah.
do any kind of work like that. She's just a lot
Yeah, I was about to
thicker
say.
than
Yeah.
what I imagined May to be as a tall,
And
lanky
part of it is
stick
also
of a human being.
how young they are,
And
but like they've shown
even-
that young actors can actually do a lot of these cool
Right.
Yeah.
stuff. So like I'm just, it's a little bit of like
And even
a little alarm, but not big.
And even if that is the case, Maya's mostly gonna be throwing shit for most of the show anyway.
Yes, that
so
is the
I
beauty of
doubt
it, is that she
would
is a
really
ranged
matter.
combatant, so she's not really, although she could stand up in some physical fights.
Yeah.
Um,
The only other thing that I wanted to quickly say was my friend and I noticed that when Jet was on screen, we actually thought that he would be a dead ringer if he was cast as Zuko instead.
He could be. Also,
Honestly, yeah.
Jet kind of
But
full
I
disclosure,
don't know.
Jet
He-
man
he
crush.
was
Just
perfectly
saying.
cast as
Jet is
Yeah.
fucking cool.
Oh,
I completely
gosh.
understand why
That is
Katara
mine.
fell for him.
Oh yeah.
So let's enough praising this show. We got to be negative, and we're negative. They know we're haters. Anyway,
Alright, yeah, we're talking
What were you
first
gonna say,
two
Mac?
episodes,
oh sorry.
aren't we?
Oh, just to that point, I think there's two things. I think earlier someone mentioned the issue with tone. I think it's, and a couple of the issues I have with the show, I guess, or at least what I've seen other people have issues with, aren't even like issues with the show. It's just the unfortunate complications of moving between mediums. So one is the tone. I think the reason the anime works in terms of tone switching from like really goofy comedy, lightheartedness to like more serious is that I think it just kind of works in that format easily. Whereas with live action, for whatever reason, it just feels more jarring when they try to do like very lightheartedness and then cut into like a very serious scene.
Because you
I'm
can
not exactly
switch.
sure why.
Exaggeration is very much a heart of
I think
animation, and I
that's it.
think that
Yes,
really
there you go.
helps smooth over a lot
Yeah.
of those transitions, because you can exaggerate in both directions, and transitioning between them is a lot more fluid because you have so much control over that as an artist. Meanwhile, in live action, you're stuck with the actor and their faces, and like you gotta really work with them. So I have thoughts on the tone, because I have some. It mostly relates to like Iroh. Did you have another point? Was that the only point, or was it, you said a second point?
Oh, well, no. Well, technically, it actually welds well into what you just said, because another big issue was depicting the characters, particularly the big one, because I remember this was a big issue for many before it even came out, was Azula's casting, where when we got the first look at the character, a lot of people were kind of criticizing it, and what was the issue there is that, and you guys can agree with me, maybe, I'm not sure, but I always thought that when I first started watching the anime, immediately I thought Azula was Zuko's older sister, because just given her demeanor, given her characteristics, her look, she always just gave a vibe of like a much older character. And then when I found out that she was only like 14, 15, I was like, okay. But again, like to your point, it's like, because it's the anime, it doesn't really matter. You're playing with exaggeration. But in the live action, they kind of got this like rock on the hard place where they're like, well, we can either cast a character who's older, maybe like 19, 20, to play a 14-year-old character, or we can cast an actress who it
Is
kind of
actually
looks
14.
on the young. Yeah, but I don't even think the actress is, but I think she kind of could pass as a younger character.
She has a
And so
baby
they-
face.
Yeah, that's the baby face.
It's really
And
that.
so that kind of,
I think that's really it. Is that she has a baby face,
She
and
has
like
the same
people
curse
are
as I
so
do.
used to Azula having this very angular kind of like very anime style like look to her. It doesn't. Hard facts, people. Anime doesn't really transition very well into live action when you're trying to be super accurate.
No, really.
But no, it's. I thought that like I had similar concerns. I'm like, man, Azula's really baby faced. I thought the actress actually pulled through really well.
I agree. From what I saw of her, I thought she did
Yeah.
really well.
Given what they were trying to do with her, which I have mixed opinions on, but we'll
So,
get to that later.
so yeah, enough praising or being middling. We got to talk about we actually have to be negative on this show. We're mean, harsh critics that only hate
Okay.
things. The opening to
Exactly.
the Air Temple is the strictest downgrade from the main series for a number of reasons. And you guys can chime in. I'm gonna list off my points, and then you guys can just chime in and walk all over me.
Sure.
So the first thing is,
As usual.
the first thing that I noticed was, of course, we're
Twilight's
leading
cue.
with this, and instead of having it saved for a reveal later. And the second big thing is the relationship with Aang and the rest of the Airbenders, especially the other kids. His relationship with them is not explored at all. Like
Yeah.
he is
It's-
already.
I
In fact,
hated
there is a later
that.
section where they say, "Oh, his airbending was so powerful, the other kids were scared of him already." It's like, no. He was a regular kid,
We can't.
and then he was told he was the Avatar. Everyone knew he was the Avatar, and that caused him to be become ostracized from the rest of his group. Like that
Well,
is
also
very
that
important.
made
There
no
we go.
sense at the very beginning because, like, in the first scene where he airbends, everybody is gasping and be like, "Oh my god, look at him flying!" And it's like,
Yeah.
"You guys are all airbenders.
This is par for
Why
the
is-
course for you. Like,
Exactly.
like you should be like yelling at, because like Agatsu was like show off, like that felt like a real reaction. But I feel like everyone else should be like, Aang, stop fucking around, get down here. What are
Yeah.
you doing? Come on, we have work to
Yeah.
do. Like I feel like that should be the reaction everyone is having, but they're trying to vicariously make the audience feel what everyone else is feeling. It just comes off as really fucking weird when everyone, especially later in this same episode, is demonstrating far greater feats of airbending than Aang does in this opening where he's just hopping down some steps. I don't like...
Especially when it's a lot of telling and not showing. As
Oh, yeah.
well.
God, it's so much exposition because you have Gyatso just saying point blank to Aang that he's the Avatar instead of it being in the council meeting, where I feel like it should have felt like Gyatso was the only one on Aang's side in that, like he was, I think, in the original. And even though Gyatso was like reluctant to be
Right.
like, you got to go along with this Aang, the idea that it was more the society of the Airbenders that Aang had the issue with and not Gyatso.
Society.
There's so much
Right.
there that's just so bad. Oh, and the third one is the third final one is Aang leaving minutes before the fucking attack on the Air Nation.
Oh my god, yes.
Yes!
Jesus Christ.
Okay, I thought the same thing. I was all like, okay, am I being too harsh here? Am I going crazy?
No, you're
Is this,
not.
like,
It
too
is
much
so
of a
stupid.
coincidence? Okay. Because in the original, I know I don't want to come off as like comparing it too much, but in the original, we have no way of knowing the amount of time it was between him leaving and the Fire Nation attacking.
And it doesn't
the
matter.
temples
That's the
and
beauty
shit.
of him being frozen in a block of ice
Yeah.
for so long. It doesn't end up
Yes!
mattering how much time. Like he could have left. Of course, he could have left.
I
an
watched
hour
this with
before the
Periodic
attack.
Pete. He can attest to my reaction to this.
Sure,
It's so,
he could, in the
we're all like,
original,
what the
he could
fuck?
have left an hour before the attack, but he could have also left a week before the attack, a month, a year before the attack,
Yeah.
and he would have been none the wiser. It wouldn't have mattered. But here, it's like, wow, that's really fucking convenient that your pity tantrum just so happened to line up perfectly with escaping from the destruction
Yeah.
of your entire people.
And in the exact same freaking festival involving Sozin's comments.
That one, I actually don't like. I don't mind the festival being about Sozin's comet, but it's like it's the timing of these things, man.
Yeah.
I was thinking of something that's actually kind of like a weird plot. It's not a plot hole because it's not really expanded on in the original or anything. But in the original, Aang, it was established that Aang knew he was the Avatar for a while before he learned that the monks were going to send him away. And so then later it makes sense how he's met characters like Boomy, because he's sitting there talking about meeting Boomy sometime, and I'm like, oh, well, the nomads probably don't go traveling to visit places like Omashu. He probably went there because he's the Avatar to, like, start figuring out what direction his training would be. But in the show, because he didn't know he was the Avatar until, like, 3 seconds before the Fire Nation attacks, it doesn't make sense why he'd be running around meeting like Kuzan or Boomy. And so I thought that was a bit weird.
I
Yeah.
don't know, because like, I mean, they are air nomads, and I thought it was weird that they had like dedicated temples. So what I had always kind of presumed was that you would just regularly see the air nomads just kind of wandering the lands, and they would congregate very frequently at these temples, but they would just normally be just kind of spread all over, doing their own thing, wandering and doing spiritual enlightenment stuff. Like, that's how I thought that had come to pass. Like, Aang had gone out maybe with an adult at some point and just wandered around, effectively doing air
Yeah.
nomad journey.
Yeah.
Also,
Well, I think that like it could be they're nomadic because they're spread out all over the place. And if you're going to go to the various air nomad temples, you do have to wander around a lot more frequently than the other nations.
True, that
Yeah,
too.
so like pilgrimages and stuff like
Yeah. Sorry,
um,
Mac.
Oh no, sorry. It was kind of a separate point, but to sort of like the larger point of like these smaller changes that kind of might have bigger implications. And correct me if I'm wrong, because I think I saw someone mention this, and I didn't really pick it up in the scene. But in the anime, when Aang leaves the temple, he is leaving for good, right? If I'm not
Yes.
mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whereas in the TV show, is it?
Yes.
I think someone mentioned that like he isn't doing so. He's just kind of like
He's
stepping off to
clearing his
take some
head.
like
Yeah,
air.
clearing his head. That's all.
Okay, I
and then
think
he
that's
turns
a.
back. It's like
I think that is a huge, like, miscalculation of what drives Aang following his awakening. It's because like the whole point is
Yes.
that he feels a tremendous. Because like in the show, I guess, well, he still feels guilty because he wasn't there. Sure, but that was like a very. It's like clearly, it's like. Okay, yeah, I mean, like, yeah, but they just happened to attack in like the 15 minutes you were taking a break. Like, that's not really your fault.
Yes.
But whereas in the anime, it's
In
a
the
huge
original.
deal because he was abandoning his responsibility. Like, that is such a huge
Right.
aspect
And
of
that-
his
it
characterization.
scratches at
and it's
the
because-
major issue with Aang this entire show.
Yeah.
This is
Yes.
there have been character changes that I'm actually ultimately all right with throughout the pace of this, like Suki and Boomy. They're like, these are like not insubstantial changes too. They're like actual like deep changes to the character. There are ones that work, and then there are ones that I think actively detriment the characters, and Aang is sadly the victim of one of the biggest ones of this. He is no
Probably
longer
the
allowed to
worst.
be a reckless
Which is
kid.
unfortunate.
Which makes no sense because the whole show, for the entire thing, everyone always chastises Aang for not taking responsibility. And it's like, well, you took away him running away from his responsibilities for the most part. And
Yeah.
it just comes off as really
then keep
preachy
in
for
mind-
no reason.
Yeah, that's
They should have went
especially when
harder
Aang
on
is
his
already
lack of
taking
responsibility.
things so seriously.
yeah.
Especially when, like, throughout the show, in this version, he's already pretty damn serious about being the Avatar. So everybody constantly talking about his responsibility and shit like that just doesn't come off as strong. It comes off as just telling us and not showing us that he is wavering on any of this.
Leo BZ says, what are your thoughts on action scenes? Also, Toku streams when? JK. But of the real, do you guys think it would have been work for Korra as a live action? I would actually love to see this team tackle Korra.
Yeah.
I think they could actually make something really good with Korra.
Well, also, if they were going to tackle Korra, then they wouldn't have the issues that Korra had right out of the gate. Because I
Yeah.
don't like to be as harsh on Korra anymore now that I know like how much behind the scenes bullshit happened in order to make Korra as messed up as it was. So I think that if they had the episode or the season count that they did right out of the gate, that Korra wouldn't have been as bad as it was. But I'm not going to go into detail about that because I know that Mac hasn't seen Korra.
No, I have not. I'm saving it for
Oh, you haven't?
somewhere down the line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I
Interesting.
generally like I try to be kinder when I talk about the staff of it, and overall I've been trying to be kinder towards production staff and the like in terms of like being complained about things. But like I still have major problems with Korra that I don't think were related to the delays. But you're right that I think it would have been overall a better product had they hadn't. Anyway,
Yeah.
Mhm.
but yeah, so
Right.
they have fundamentally changed Aang as a character. He is no longer as like he takes his responsibility as Avatar very seriously, to the point that the second episode is all about them going to Kyoshi to get insight from Kyoshi through meditation.
Yeah.
It's actually one of the worst comedic scenes in the series is where like they land and like Sokka just immediately breaks into the shrine. It's really, and then they have like the freaking laser beam eyes come down to say like,
Oh my god,
this-
the laser beam eyes.
that was so,
We laughed so
No,
hard
that
at that.
effect was so funny.
and they did it again when he
I
did the
think in my
meditation. It was
reaction-
hilarious.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yes.
Like the only time that it looked good
I think
was I think with Roku when Roku did it, but when it was Kiyoshi, it just caught
That was
us off
fine.
guard. So like I was laughing so much at that. It looks so stupid.
But yes,
When it like first started happening, I was like, "Oh, I see what this is." They'll look up, and the sun will be like reflecting off of like one of the fans, and it'll be made out of metal, and that'll be it. And then it was like, "Nope, just eyes, just eye beams."
Just eye beams.
and that's how they try to
Yeah.
explain it. It's like a reflection off a statue. Bitch, the laser beam. It was Superman over there.
Statues
Yeah.
don't reflect.
It's not even polished stone. It's rough and worn.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was so Aang. Sorry, we've been talking about Bumblebee so much. Aang has been like there are times where the childhood glee kind of comes through in his character, but it's not enough, and I feel like the director doesn't know how to handle the actor as much.
Yeah.
The-
like I said, I think that the child was kind of like really biting at the bit to just be more of what Aang actually is, but the director just wasn't allowing him to.
Also, count the number of times where he does that awkward, like, a shoulder shrug thing. Like, where he turns his
Yeah.
head to the side and, like, just kind of, like, tries to brush it off. It's like a tick I've noticed. Like, he does it so much. I don't know if that's an actor thing or if that's a director thing or if that's, like, a
I
writing
don't know.
thing.
I'd have to watch the
Um,
kid's other stuff. He's from Vancouver.
Oh, neat.
So I was yeah, there's actually two actors
from Bruce
who are
Vancouver.
from Vancouver and one is from Ontario. So there are a lot of Canadian actors in this. I'm so happy.
But yeah, so that's...
You feel represented.
Yeah, I do.
And then one thing that I got really annoyed by was we got Gyatso's death in this version. We got to see Gyatso's death where he gets
Yeah.
overwhelmed
Yeah.
by the firebenders protecting children. Well, they added the noble element that he was protecting children. They took away the element that
Yeah.
they took away the surprise about Yang finding his corpse. They kind of like
Yang.
undercut that. Aang, sorry. Fuck.
You said Yang again.
That's going to keep happening. I'm so sorry about it. I mean nothing by it. I don't mean to insult this actor. He's not Yang. No,
I
the
noticed there was a lot more emphasis on showing the violence. Like we see Zuko getting his burn, for example.
I appreciate, like, there were times where I thought they maybe went a little too far, but I thought overall it's actually very appreciable to me that this showed war. Like the original, for what you want to say about the original
Yes.
Avatar, I didn't really get a huge sense that there was a war going on. Like even when you had huge fleets, it kind of felt like Puppy's first war, ocean battle.
They mention it a lot.
They mention it a
Hey,
lot.
They do mention
to
it a
be
lot.
fair,
And there is a lot of people
Yeah,
who
they-
talk about how much they're affected by the war.
also Derek, sorry.
Um
God.
Oh,
Oh, Mac, if you don't know, we have a one of our regulars is really good at
Derex,
doing art.
525, and he makes art.
Yeah. And oh my god, no, I said that about Jet. I said that about Jet, not Sokka. But you know what? You're not wrong. You're not
No,
wrong.
but you
Sa-
but you also
I do
said
simp for
Sokka
Sokka.
was hot too.
Well, no.
God,
I said he owns his chin.
Okay,
I
sorry.
said he owns his chin. I said go on, King. That's,
Okay.
Yeah,
um,
yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry. Go. I just it just because we were talking about Sokka, just and kind of going back to what we were talking about as a little tangent. Another thing that I think kind of when we're talking about like anime and exaggeration or using certain designs to sort of like signal certain attributes about a character, I always thought that in the anime, Katara was. I don't know exactly how to put it, but I always felt that she seemed, and this is sort of why I was never like a big Aang Katara stan. I always felt that Katara seemed more coded older than she was, and that kind of was to sort of emphasize her sort of like motherly.
Yeah.
She had to like step into the role of mother. Whereas in the anime, even though the actress is on top of the fact that they kind of toned down that aspect of her character, the fact that the actress
You mean in the
is
live action? You
in
said
the live action.
anime.
Yes, sorry, in the live action. The fact that the actress is like properly cast, I think she looks like a
Her age,
14-year-old
yeah.
girl should look like. But I do think you do
Yeah.
lose some of that, which is maybe that's the reason they decided to tone that down. I don't know, but
I noticed they toned a lot down with Katara to the point that like I made my notes that she's just kind of like generic younger sister that
Yeah.
has something to build up to, which they did it well. I'm not gonna say they did it bad, but she lost something special about being Katara.
Yeah.
In the
I think they
process.
kind
Yeah,
of
it feels
all
less
did.
unique.
All of them kind of became blander as a result of them taking away these attributes from the cartoon because they didn't replace it with anything.
Um,
I
Right.
feel like it was a detriment to
Well-
Katara's
well, in
overall
most-
story.
Anyway.
Because at the end, without having Katara be the one to try to start a revolution to save Haru and his dad, or go and steal things from pirates, it was hard to believe this same character in the live-action version who doesn't do those things would be the one at the end challenging Master
inspire the
Paku
healers
to a big ol'
in
water
the
fight.
Northern Water Tribe.
Oh, we'll
yeah.
get to Master Paku.
to that point too is while I would argue that, and I kind of make this critique in my video, while I do think Katara kind of didn't have much to do, she kind of had the whole like motherly thing in season 1 a little bit, but then it kind of fades out. And then in season 2, book 2, I don't really think she has much to do. However, that like sort of like laying the groundwork, particularly the sort of like, you know, her having to step into the motherly role, that does come back big time in book 3.
yes.
And I almost wonder if now, because they
Yes.
toned it down, if we do get there in the live action, I wonder if that's going to feel more like it kind of
Will
comes
be
out
as
of,
strong.
it's going to come out of nowhere. Like all of a sudden she's like, I had to step into the motherly role. And it's like, wait, we didn't see that at all throughout the first 2 books.
Yeah.
So like, where's
Yeah.
that coming
It's
from?
going to be more she has to step up into the mothering role as opposed to.
Yeah, they could make that maybe work in season 2, maybe. Yeah.
Being it.
But I was going to say, like, I kind of push back a little bit because I don't think, with the exception of the whole sexism plot, I don't think Sokka lost anything. In fact, I think he gained ground in terms of, like, people treat him with a little more respect. And I get that he is. I thought he was a little too clownish, especially early on in the original. I thought they actually did him a lot of justice in terms of like giving him some respect and presence. I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah,
I
I
felt
think. I think
You
in the. I think. Oh.
go
sorry,
ahead,
Critter.
Kaiser.
You
Go
know what?
ahead.
I'll go after Critter.
Okay. I was
okay.
gonna say, I feel
Um,
like they did a good job making him feel like an older brother more.
Yes,
Because in one
yes.
scene, he talks to like a little girl in the forest, and it's like, oh yeah, he is Katara's older brother. A lot of the
Yes.
times, it's easy to remember they're related,
Yeah.
but that dynamic isn't really there often in the animated version.
Yeah, it's.
Right.
I thought that was
At
wonderful.
least in the first season.
What were you gonna say?
Yeah, that was nice. I think there's an interesting trade-off with Sokka's character, and I think that where
I think it's more so of a personal taste thing rather than anything substantial against him. Like I said, overall, Sokka is probably the best of the bunch who made it out unscathed, which is a Herculean task given what was hinted at before this came
Yeah,
out.
holy
But
shit.
there's an interesting contrast where I was willing, compared, because we're talking about the original show, I was willing to sort of be okay with Sokka not being very present or having that much development in the first season, and not having as much respect in the first season, because of the overall tone in the show and the focus of the show, and just the fact that, I'm gonna be real here, maybe it's just favoritism on my part, but the jokes in the original were funnier to me for the most part.
They were.
There's only like a couple. There's only like a couple of jokes from Sokka I think that are here in Netflix's version that I think even competes with it. But with that in mind, I feel that I was able to stand that a little bit more because I was just enjoying the character being who he is. Now, in here, though, they do take that away, along with the sexism, which we'll get to later. But you do have the benefit of him having way more of a presence as a character, and his emotional growth being much more focused compared to the original. I think that's an interesting change, and I think that depends on which part you value more.
I will say on the topic of comedy, because he still has like the lovable goof angle to him, he doesn't have a lot of laugh out loud jokes, but when they hit, I thought they hit really hard. And then when the other jokes I thought were just like pleasant smile bringers. There's just sort of like, oh, that's cute, that's fun.
Yeah.
Like I kind of got that vibe more consistently, whereas there had a lot of jokes in the original, like him getting sneezed on by Appa. Like, that's just gross, man. I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I want to just do
You're
little bitty
not a
scoop.
gross out humor
I
guy.
like to see this has become an actual podcast. Keep up the good work, Team JYCT. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cute.
Oh, thank you.
But yeah, so we're getting a lot of the negatives out of it, because as much as I liked the angle they took with Sokka, I thought, kind of like everything else, it was a little too serious in the first episode. He didn't really have a lot of levity to him. I liked when he passed off ownership of the tribe to the next older kid. I really like that touch. He took he's taking himself seriously and his job seriously, and he's not taking it overly seriously. He's not like pushing that.
Yeah.
And I thought that amount of toning it down just a bit really helped make him a much more grounded character.
Right. I think both Sokkas kind of fit the kind of shows that they are in.
Yes, that's probably a good way to.
He's a character chameleon. Like, this Sokka works best in a version of Avatar that is trying to be a bit more serious right out of the gate. Where he's in the show, yeah, there are a few misses with jokes here and there, but I think overall you can kind of withstand that a lot more, just given the general focus and tone and the episodic nature of it. At least in the first season. I think that's kind of like the divide there, which is interesting.
Yeah, and it's weird because like
I
in
wish more
retrospect,
changes were like this.
It's weird too because in retrospect, because I was one of the people who I think I retweeted the whole thing about them removing his sexism, and it was more for like the reasons they stated, which I thought that was kind of suspect. But in retrospect, I'm like, his quote unquote sexism arc only lasts like is present maybe like 2-3 episodes. And then it gets resolved very quickly. And it really wasn't like, that was another thing too, where I was like, even in my head, where it was like, it's like, oh, he has to learn how to be, it's not like he was like, Suki, you need to serve the patriarchy and serve men. It was more like, just kind of like dumb boy.
Childish.
Girls
fighting locker room stuff.
It's supposed to serve his overall arc of learning humility, though. And I think that damages a lot of his character arc going forward, because he was a very prideful person in the cartoon, and he needed to learn humility, and that started with Suki and it ended with his master in the third book.
And to your point, to the point about off of Go's point and then off of the point about them sort of toning down his humor.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
While I do think he was kind of seen as like the goof of the show, I do think that was in service of, as Go mentioned, sort of setting him up as this like arrogantly prideful character. Because like almost every time, if I can recall, or even in the Warriors of Kyoshi, he talks a big game about I'm gonna beat Suki, and then he gets like destroyed. And so like
Yeah.
he is sort of like
Yeah.
made the clown, but it's in service of sort of like putting down his ego. It's sort of him sort of like, the show is purposely
Yeah, there's a
showing he's not just
progression.
like a punching bag. He's every time he tries to act like macho, it kind of blows up in his face. And I wonder if we're going to run
because
into
of
the
that,
same.
even when the show is. Oh, sorry. But
Oh no,
you can
I just
finish your
think I almost wonder if it's going to run into the same problem with Katara, where come book 2 or 3, because I think there's even references in book 2 to, or maybe it's book 3 when like Toph makes fun of Sokka for not being a bender. I almost wonder if it's going to make
That was
his
3.
yeah, I almost wonder if it's going to make his despair over not being a bender, thus the catalyst for him and Sokka's master. I almost wonder if that's also going to make it feel like it kind of comes out of nowhere. Because up
Yeah.
until now, I don't really.
If they're gonna pace it like
The flip side
if they're
is
going to that depends on how they pace things out. If they
Yeah.
pace it similar to this, I don't think it'll be too much of a problem. It just depends on how they spread it
the
out.
flip side to
they-
it is they actually have added something more substantial to another one of his character traits in the realm of engineering. Although they don't demonstrate
Yes.
it quite as well in this version, and they do emphasize it a lot through different episodes, especially the Co episode. Oh god, the Co episode is so good.
The co-episode is so good.
Ooh. I'm
Yeah,
excited.
Co is way
Yeah.
more substantial. Although I have problems with it, but I anyway. They
Oh wait, hang on, before we move on, can I just, because that always did bug me about the anime, where he was like, because Ko was such like an unbelievable, awesome, cool villain, and then he's like,
Oh,
we will meet again, and I was like, I was kind of hoping we would.
It
and then-
never shows up again.
Yeah.
He's done so well in this. So, but Ko isn't in the same role as he is in the cartoon. He actually kind of takes over. Heibai is still in the show, but he's not the
he
focus.
shows
It's
up-
actually
shows up
Ko.
once actually.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
we'll get to that episode because I just
Yeah.
want to cover my thoughts on Sokka. Is that they're really kind of playing more into that Sokka isn't a born warrior. Like he's not as naturally in tune to being a warrior. He's competent as a warrior, but he's not. That's not the path that's meant for him. And he actually has a much stronger realm. He's much stronger in the realm of engineering, and they've been building towards that. And
Yeah.
I feel like that might be the direction they're taking him. I'm wondering how Sokka's master is going to be, because they might be taking him away from being a warrior and more into like a combat engineer.
Yeah.
I
Which-
almost
well,
wonder. This is like looking way in the future, but I almost wonder because of that, because I did see that in episode 3 with the Mechanist. I almost wonder if, and I would be
Yeah.
totally cool with this, if come, because it not to be like hate on the anime too much, but in retrospect I felt like his final act, I guess you could say, which is at the end of the finale where he was it Sky Slice, where he runs the balloon to the other ones. I did kind of think it was a bit, I mean, like it was cool visually and it's very epic, but it also kind of seemed like the whole thing is like, Sokka, use your head, be strategic, and then the last thing he does is like, let's just ram this sucker into the other ones and hope for the best. I almost wonder if maybe if they build it up, I could see them maybe changing that.
I actually
where
would
he
like
does it a
it-
bit more, a bit more strategic, I guess.
I would
say.
actually like it if it's the opposite. Like the idea is like if it's be strategic, also maybe like put that engineering into it, but also like I love the idea of like, man, what is the most strategic thing to do in this situation? It is literally just to ram straight through
just
the problem.
go for it. Just
Yeah,
shoot
like
for the moon.
like literally like all
Yeah.
these complicated solutions.
Because
No,
sometimes-
big ram.
Yeah, because sometimes the best solutions tend to be the simple ones, and I think in Sokka's
the solution
case,
is to
it
hit a
fits,
motherfucker with another motherfucker.
Yes, exactly.
If
And
they're
I
gonna
think
go-
with Sokka's case, it helps because it wasn't just that, but also being, the humility thing again and allowing his other teammates to help him out significantly.
So I think that's what kind of saves it, at least in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Critter.
I was gonna say, if they're gonna go down the engineering route for him with his future plans, it would suck because it would mean we wouldn't get Space Sword, but they might end up cutting out his master entirely to instead
It is possible.
maybe
right?
replace it with something else.
Better yet, Space Gun.
I mean, they did end up cutting out Katara's whole thing.
Oh, you roboted really badly there.
She's gone.
Okay, so it wasn't
Try.
just me.
She's in the spirit.
Try! Bum bum ba da dum. Bum bum
Where'd she
bum.
go?
I'm
Dun, dun,
sorry.
So they ended up cutting out what? What was you were gonna say?
Yeah, sorry. I bumped my microphone cord, so that's why.
Oh, okay.
But they ended up cutting out Katara's whole thing with Haru, because Haru had never ended up showing up in the first season of the show.
True.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if maybe they'll
I need to
because
rewatch.
they kind of
Yeah,
I always
because
kinda-
they're going to be closer to the Earth Kingdom, so they might meet him then.
or they might. I wonder if because like one of the main complaints I've heard about, not necessarily imprisoned, which is the Haru episode, but the Painted Lady in book
Yeah.
3 is that it kind of feels like a rehash of imprisoned. So I almost wonder if maybe they're kind of like, well, we're already gonna hit that beat later down the line, so maybe we'll put a pause, or maybe they'll inject Haru sometime in season 2.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe not. I feel like they more like fuse that with Jet storyline, honestly.
A little bit. I feel like they really wanted to get as many of these beats out as possible. Because for some reason they had the Cave of Two Lovers here.
Oh
Yeah,
god,
that was
a
weird.
that was a
Yeah.
choice.
Yeah.
That was a
Like
choice.
they emphasized the badger moles, and like they tried to make it about like sibling love, but it just kind of came off as like, are
It came-
you guys
Yeah,
really
it came
wanting
off
these?
more as incestuous.
Like-
It made me so uncomfortable.
And considering that throughout this entire season they have basically cut out Katang. Like they haven't really given any hints at Katang like they did.
Based.
Well, I was gonna say like it
What?
would be awkward.
When you fall
honestly.
in love and when you're 12, you don't stay in love forever?
I thought it was awkward that that like in animation it felt fine, but in live action when you actually have a 12-year-old and like a 13 or 14-year-old on set and you're like, you guys are gonna kiss later, it's like that's really weird. Like
I mean, you're allowed to do that. You just have to have their parents there to oversee it.
I mean, I feel like as a writer, I'd be sort of like if I was writing for live action, I'd be kind of like, this feels wrong.
Oh yeah.
Like if I'm
Like
writing
the
for
scene-
anime, it's like, oh, an anime character who's 12. It's like for some reason there's a disconnect between like, oh, it's a fake person versus this is a real life actor that's going to have to do these things like that.
New
yeah.
Dead or X art.
New Dead Rex?
I'm thinking of the book 2 scene where
Okay.
I'm thinking of the book 2 scene where they're in the water and like Katara comes over and helps
my
him,
God.
puts his hands in position. I'm like, and yeah, I'm trying to think of like it would be kind of weird to do that with
Yeah.
two like 12.
Oh,
Although
laser beams.
someone points something out to me, someone in Discord, someone pointed out to me that it actually might work because, especially considering Suki's characterization. One of the things that kind of bugged me about the anime and why the romance didn't work is that Aang kind of looks generally the same as he does. You know, they make a big deal about him sort of like growing up and taking responsibility, but he kind of still looks like the little kid we knew from book 1. Whereas someone pointed out, if the show keeps going, the actor who plays Aang, if he hits puberty,
He'll actually grow.
we're
into
gonna
the
see
role.
so it's actually gonna like enhance the character because he's literally going to quote unquote like becoming a man, and that might make Katara's view of him change both
Mhm.
physically
yeah,
and
it'd be more
character-wise.
similar.
And
Yeah, it'd be more similar to say Ed and Winry's relationship from FMA in a way,
yeah.
in that similar sense.
We know that certain things still technically happened. We just didn't see them on screen because we have an entire scene with Zuko where when he finds out that word of the Avatar is spread,
Ooh.
and you have a bunch of people that are like discussing,
Yeah.
oh yeah, no, a bunch of pirates told me about this. Oh, and yeah, those canyon guides, and there was some fortune tellers, like a bunch of people discussing it. So you have like a bunch of people from different viewpoints, and like that's a great scene for Zuko getting pissed off, like, oh, my life is ruined.
Yeah.
But
Oh, by the way,
it's
I
just like-
want us to really ask, what do we think of Zuko?
I like him.
I like him. I think he's a little bit too whiny, but he's very good otherwise.
He's been whoopified a little bit. I thought he like
A little bit.
a little too crybaby, but like at the same time,
Yeah.
what they've done with expanding his background as well, like the events that led up to him getting his face burned and that stuff,
Mhm.
actually I thought was really well done, and I thought
One-
built well into his character.
Also,
One
they
thing, though-
added more burns than just his face. So if there's a
Yes.
scene where the actor is
Right.
shirtless and there isn't a round scar on his shoulder, I am going to be very disappointed because they emphasized that as well as his face scar.
Like, no, that part went away. It's fine.
Okay, guys. Okay, Ruby fans, this is what actual nitpicking looks like. Okay, just letting y'all know. Anyways, though, freaking.
I do.
What was I about to say?
Well, this is more of an Iroh thing, I guess, but
Iroh, I have problems with.
yeah, Iroh, I have some problems with.
Yeah.
I don't think that he. Well, I kind of do like the fact that they show that he's a little bit more against everything than what it was
Yes.
in the anime. I'm not saying that that's necessarily
Sure.
good, but I don't hate it either. I think it's a little bit too heavy-handed. The main problem that I have is I don't think that they emphasized the relationship between him and Zuko as much as they should have.
Mm-hmm.
I think you guys are wrong. I think that is super wrong.
No, I'm actually
I
I'm
thought
going to
they were
stand
the
with Critter
best
on
part.
this one. I thought that their relationship was very believable. My issue with Iroh is that he's not comedic enough, which I know is already
I
like
agree.
like he has. There are moments where like old Iroh shines through.
I agree.
But like the thing that hits me is that he comes off as a much sadder old man as opposed to when he was introduced to us, where he
Yeah.
was much more kind of in the original, he was much more lively and comedic, and like he was a man that had gone through hell and decided to sit back and enjoy life. And like
Yeah.
that, you later learn that extra facet. He wasn't just a goofy old man. He's a man that's seen things and knows how to enjoy everything.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
didn't get that as much here. Like later in the season, we get more of it, but I thought we needed about 25 to 50% more than what we got.
They did Lu Ten
I think
really dirty in the show.
Oh, how so?
By expanding on him
Oh,
more,
really?
they actually undercut the most emotionally impactful moments of the original show.
Yes, I'm wondering how the Tears on the Vine thing is going to
Yeah.
go, or if they're even
Well,
going to have it.
actually, no, they
Yeah, I was about to
had
say, are we just
Tears-
not gonna
they had
have
Tears
that?
on the Vine
They had the song,
as
the music.
yeah, they had it as a background
had the
song
song.
during that scene,
I
but it isn't as emotionally impactful as it was in the original show.
well, that's where I'm wondering is like, are they building to it
Yeah.
where it might not hit as hard in the original show, but like the idea is they're actually like setting up those beats for it.
Possibly.
We'll see how they play it out. Because like it's one of those things like I think maybe you're right they did him dirty, but I think they have the potential to like to add a new facet to it potentially with the bossing.
I will say that at least in that
Yeah.
scene, I absolutely adored what Zuko did
Yes.
in that scene.
Yes, and like if
That was
look,
great.
if
That was
Lu-Ten
great.
has to die again at the altar of improving the relationship between Zuko and Iroh, I'm willing to make that
Yeah.
sacrifice just like a Fire Lord General.
That
Also,
is
they
a
did-
sacrifice that I'm
I'm
willing
not
to
sure.
make.
I'm not sure if I like what they did with Zhao. I think they did him kind of dirty too.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh
Yeah.
no,
I honestly
I am
don't
of the
really
opposite
like
opinion. I love.
Let me
Shao.
I
like. Here's
I
the thing.
don't
I think
mind-
this actor did a really good job. The way he
Oh,
was
yeah, he
given,
did.
and his dialogue fits this version of it very well. If anything, Zhao was probably one of the most comedic out of the cast, which is
funny, given how he originally was. But I feel like
Did they have to make him
they kind of
like?
turn him into Starscream a little bit.
Oh yeah, they did.
You know what I mean?
It's like,
they
did
make
you
him a
have
bit
to
more
make him?
of a sniveling Yeah, they made him more
I
like a
didn't.
sniveling villain rather than like an intimidating like rival, I guess.
Yeah. And did they have to give him the line of like, I'm going to be the next Fire Lord? It's like, really?
Oh,
You
I don't
had
know.
to do that?
Where did he say that line? I don't remember.
That was when he was going
It
after
was in
the
episode 8.
Moon Spirit.
Actually,
I
was
okay. I had a lot of
yeah,
notes I was
I think
taking,
that
so
was,
I might have missed
7 or
that.
8.
Yeah, no,
I heard
he.
a rumor. I had a rumor that the actor thought he was auditioning for James
Yeah,
Cameron's
that was a rumor.
Avatar.
That said,
Why?
I like this rendition of Zhao because I think it really ties into what they're kind of doing with the entirety of the Fire Nation. Like, he is an example of the rotted core of the Fire Nation. He is basically what is everything wrong with it. And he stands as like this pillar of it that Zuko is running up against, because Zuko believes very much in the nobler aspects of the Fire Nation, in honor, in the dignity of their people. And Zhao is just like this backstabbing, sniveling bastard that failed his officer exams, yet worked his way up the chain of command regardless of it through like deceitful means, and is willing to do anything to get one over and lead himself up the chain. I thought that actually added a lot of depth to the despicable nature of him as a character. And I actually thought his ability to swap between sounding very genuine in his delivery, like there were times where he kind of hammed it up a little too much, but like I thought generally
they did.
when he was like playing the part of, you know, oh, they got Zuko, man, I'm so sorry about that. Or when, oh, no, of course we'll help you with our charts. We'll give you those kinds of things. And then immediately on a dime when they leave, he's like actually getting into his conniving mode. I thought like that was done really well.
Oh yeah, there are aspects of
suppose,
Zhao that
but-
I think they did well. When I say that a character
Right.
is done dirty, I don't mean like I absolutely hate it. I think that there's parts of it that are really detrimental to the character in the show, that I think only hurt more than help. I don't think that his chameleon nature was a hindrance to that. I think that when he goes a little bit over the top, I do think that hurts him though. But it's mainly
Especially since
it's mainly the small things, like how he has no actual talent, and him saying that he wants to take over, he wants to usurp Ozai, that really hurts his character.
That's fair.
that was very hasty. I think another thing that kind of bothers me a little bit in regards to Zhao is that I understand why they did it, but they took away a lot of the intimidating factor that he had originally.
Yeah.
And I'm not just saying that because, oh, I want my villains to be badass, okay? But no, it's not about that. It's about the fact that even to me, because me and Pete, when we were watching the first couple episodes, we rewatched a couple of the episodes featuring Zhao, because we had mixed feelings about him then as well. One of the things about Zhao's characterization is that it did a little bit of heavy lifting in regards to world building as well, to display how the Fire Nation are, from that standpoint. Like, you have, when he was introduced, in comparison to here, he like immediately addressed Zuko, and this is juxtaposed with the shot of like their small banged up ship in comparison to all these larger ones. And this is where, like, okay, we established that him and Zhao already have some history, and Zhao lords his new ranking over him, already like putting themselves at odds with one another just in casual, mostly conversation. Whereas with Zhao, it almost feels like Zhao's trying to prove something to Zuko, at least when he was introduced, and I was not sure how that really added to anything.
I don't know. I didn't get that he was trying to prove something. I just thought he was like kind of a smug bastard, honestly. Like, he just sort of like you've been walking all over me
was
the
a
entire
bit
time.
too much
now
smug
I'm
for
in
my
charge.
taste.
Go
I'll
fuck
just
yourself.
say that.
What were you gonna say, Beck?
I think, and that you guys can spoil it for me, or depending on what happens. But I think for Zhao, like it's interesting because for me, I thought that because in many ways he is sort of like a one-note villain throughout book one. Like he isn't like too complex, which is fine because obviously they're setting up to sort of like Azula to take on the role in book two, which obviously they didn't do in the live action. But I think there were a couple beats that really improved Zhao's character, or like kind of like elevated him just a little bit. Obviously the deserter, where his rage, his hubris, sort of like backfires, and how that comes back later. But also, I think, and it's such a small moment, but I think it really does add so much character to him, is him refusing Zuko's help at the end of book one when he offers to save him.
They didn't do that.
They didn't, because it was
Iroh that killed Zhao.
Zhao's death.
Iroh just
I think
murks him.
Zhao's death at the very end, or I guess technically disappearance because of what happens.
I was gonna say, because I didn't, just based off what I've seen from Zhao, his characterization, unless they did something big, I was like, I don't think that this version of Zhao would do that. I think that little beat in the anime is very powerful to sort of like, he was this arrogant bastard, but he was someone who
had principles,
had or more of just like he really conviction, even if it was for the worst possible thing. Whereas this version of Zhao is like, that's going to be kind of, unless they do something big, but I guess they decided to not go with that. So yeah.
No, I would have liked it a lot more if when the spirit took him, if he was like screaming and sniveling and be like, "Save me, save me."
I would have loved that. I wrote down in my notes because I didn't know how to feel about it at the time. Zhao's defeat at the very end felt weird compared to how it was originally, with like the spirit actually coming down on him as opposed to Ozai throwing him off a fucking bridge. Hearing your argument. Iroh. I ultimately land, I think, it's weaker than the original. It's a down point.
I would call it flaccid. I was like, that's it. Because Iroh pushes him, and I'm like, oh, he's not dead yet. We gotta do the whole thing with the spirit. And then they look down, and his body's just like evaporating away. And I'm like, oh no, he is dead. I guess that's the end of that.
Yeah, no, he burnt Zhao to a crisp.
And I was all like, okay, but why couldn't we have Zuko do that? Because Zuko killing Zhao in this version would have made a little bit more sense, not only given how Zhao is arguably even more antagonistic than he was in the original. At least his crimes were way more heinous, but like Zuko had way more reason to just end him right then and there, because he just ruined everything with the whole water spirit shit and the way Aang was at that moment, but he just didn't do that. Which, to be fair, I guess you could say that that's just him trying to preserve the last bit of himself.
Is it better than the
kind
film
of thing that the Fire Nation has been trying to corrupt? But
is it better than the film that shall not be named? Oh, dude, monumentally better.
Oh yes,
we're talking
better.
That original film was
110%.
borderline.
That's not even in the conversation.
Yeah, Shyamalan's Avatar movie is borderline like non-functional,
sacrilegious.
It's like
unwatchable.
Legitimately, like, even if you were to come in as someone who knows nothing about the series, you'd be like, shit is just happening for no fucking reason, and that's kind of how that film is.
Yep.
This, I got the feeling that if they got 10 episodes instead of 8, that this show would have been a lot better.
Yes.
Now, I do think that the dialogue and the general writing could have been, well, the dialogue especially could have been a lot better. But if the writing was just a little bit more polished, and I think that would have helped if there was 10 episodes instead of 8, then this show would have been phenomenal. But when you watch this show, you do get the sense that they actually cared about Avatar, that they actually wanted this to be a good product. Because they got the cabbages guy, like, he's there, and they give him 3 jokes in the same episode, and it's good.
Well, they give him 3 jokes if you're familiar with Avatar. Like,
Yeah. Well, also,
which is nice.
Yeah.
also, there is a plot point that only exists in the comics.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
And my friend pointed that out because she's actually read the extended Avatar stuff, and there is a relic, the relic that Ko wanted, in that episode
yeah,
when
I
he
know-
appears.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that only
one.
appears
Yeah,
in
I
the
know
extended
exactly what
stuff.
comic you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
because
let's.
it's established that like Ko's. Oh right, we'll probably get to that
Yeah.
later.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say we might want to move
But-
on to like towards that. I'm trying to like. I think really we're
Yeah.
kind of going through characters more than the story at this point, which I think is fair because the story is
Yes.
the story is
Yeah.
actually decent.
So-
It's just the annoying. I guess
Yeah.
the most annoying thing about the story, I guess we can get it out of the way, is the fact that it ties into Aang's character that he receives a prophecy of destruction at the North Pole. And like the rest of the season has been geared around that from the prophecy from Kyoshi. And it's just we've already talked about how it compromises Aang as a character.
I really
Right.
don't like how all of the past avatars really emphasized Aang. Like, you need to be alone. You have to do this by yourself. You shouldn't have anyone around you. You're a piece of shit because you ran away and you weren't doing your duty. And after like the 25th time that people emphasized to Aang that he's a piece of shit because he ran away, I got really bored of it.
Yeah, it is. Well,
I was just going
Yeah.
for a smoke break. Give me a break. Damn.
I'm an airbender.
Not my fault.
I gotta train
Christ.
my lungs. No, I didn't mind it. Like in reflection, the idea that the past avatars have all gone through such great loss in their time. I mean, I don't know
Yeah.
Kyoshi's story honestly, but we know fucking what's his faces,
Roku.
Roku,
Um,
and then
yeah.
Kuruk.
Yeah,
Kuruk
right.
lost his fucking like girlfriend to fucking Ko. Like I don't.
Yeah.
We like that. I understand what he means, and like hearing it from them, and then also from Boomy, fine. But like anyone else, I kind of feel like is
Yeah, I didn't really like the change that they made to Boomy very, very much.
Me
I
neither.
thought, yeah,
Oh,
it was.
I'm in the minority.
Yeah, me
then.
neither. I mean, like I get what they were trying to do, and I think it's another case like Zhao. In fact, this is a bigger case like Zhao, where it's all like it's not a bad change, but I don't think I don't think it was the change that probably enhanced the show all that much. It
Yeah,
did
it's a side
drive
grade.
home the themes of responsibility.
I
Yeah.
think
it was damaged.
Boomy would have been a
actively-
lot.
Wait,
Sorry.
sorry. Well, I think because I think what point you're about to cover is, I think it was a change that would have been even better had they not damaged Aang's character.
Yes, but also
Yes.
I think that
yes.
if they just changed Boomy a little bit so that he was doing this to emphasize to Aang out of love for Aang as his best friend. Yes, he might be a little bit bitter about what had happened, but this is still his friend, and he wants to make sure that Aang is up to the challenge, just like in the original show. So if he just did all of this to make sure that Aang was up for the fight, then I think that would have been good. You could still keep him being a little bit bitter and weary from fighting for 100 years, but just the fact that he was so embittered towards Aang to the point where he genuinely wanted to kind of hurt him in that sense.
Yes.
I
think
Like
that
he was
that
really
it's a
gunning to
very
kill him.
yeah, it's a really small detail, but I think that small change is very big in the long run.
I actually liked how much they changed Boomy in that way, actually, because it goes back to how I think they've done a better job of emphasizing the nature of war and the nature of what the Avatar has to stop. Is that even people that he loved dearly, people that he considered very close friends, have become so poisoned because of what has gone on. Someone they remembered as being this bright, bubbly, fun kid, this someone that he hung out with regularly, that he loved so much, has become this bitter, broken old person that has been just beaten down and to this point of almost nihilistic belief. And it takes Aang and his friends and his friendship to power through and break that this shell that has been built up over years and years, literally 100 years. I can totally see where Boomy is coming from, and I very much appreciate they took a much harder edge on his character. There were some small nuances I thought that didn't quite work out as well, but I thought overall I really liked that he had to be reminded of his own humanity after such a long time.
Yeah. It's not that I have a problem with. It's mainly the bitterness towards Aang. Like the genuine bitterness towards Aang that I had a problem with. I don't mind the fact that Boomy is much more cynical, a lot more weary and tired of being in war, even though that Omashu is the peaceful stronghold that it was. And I could still get over that. It's mainly just that one tiny aspect that really sets the tone in a negative way for his character for me.
Which isn't helped by, again, Aang just not being the same as he was.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying like he has to be the exact same, but it feels like here's the thing about adaptations. Of course you need to change shit in order for things to flow better in a different medium, and for whatever reason, God knows what, we have to have book 1 in one season. That's just the cards that we're dealt for whatever reason, whatever studio decided to mandate that, whatever. The issue that we find ourselves in is whether or not this still maintains the spirit of the original and or replaces it with something of equal value. You know, there's a law of equivalent exchanges when it comes to this sort of thing. And I think with Aang, there is this shit is not equivalent at all, especially when they're trying to hit the same beats.
Yeah. No,
Ellipsis Mark says, it sounds like they're trying to turn him into a messiah. Not really. I mean, there is a line where Aang says, like, oh, I'm not important because I let all of this happen. And at that point, it was like the 30th time that he said that. And I was like, just shut up.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I would be so much more on board with how much angst Aang feels about this had we had an opening that actually showed him being a goddamned kid. Legitimately, it is one of the worst choices they made was what they decided to do with that air temple and decided to change because they wanted to shoehorn the exposition in instead of letting it come out naturally. Like, you didn't have to have... No, they just wanted the visual.
And
you didn't have to have Aang...
spends less time.
Yeah. They could have had like
substantially less time with kids in general.
Yeah, they could have had a scene, like just a line of maybe Katara being frustrated. It's like, Aang, we went to ride the elephant koi, we went to Kangaroo Island, we did all of these things. When are we going to the Northern Water Temple or the Northern Water Tribe? Like, when are we going to do that? Like, I know that they had to cut a lot of this stuff out, but if they had a line like that to show that maybe off screen he was shirking his responsibilities, I think that would have been better than just not having it in there at all or just taking it out completely.
I think like the way you would, because like I really think that first shot of him changes the entire tone for him.
Yeah.
I don't like that he started out on top of the tower. I think he should have been playing with a bunch of kids. And like as part of the game, that's when he like ascends up onto the tower, overlooks everything so we can get that great swooping shot of the entire air temple. And then he comes down and Gyatso can call him a show off. And like that a little bit of him just playing with a bunch of kids would have done so much heavy lifting to establish this is a child. Because like I remember being, it was episode 3 or 4 when Katara was practicing by a river. And they start splashing each other, and I'm like, "That's really goofy, guys." And I'm like,
I loved that so much.
And my brain stopped me. And it's like they are 12 and like 13, 13, 14 years old. This is perfectly normal for them. Like this is them having their kids having fun. Like this is normal. This is what they're supposed to be doing.
If anything, the issue is that there isn't more of that.
Yeah, it was like we needed more of this.
Oh no.
Oh,
Yeah,
We
yells
lost-
and
we
I
lost
thought I
stuff.
dropped out for a second.
Dude, Netflix assassinated him. Netflix
Oh, no!
assassinated Kelly. No.
Oh yeah, same with me. Same
Oh,
with
yeah.
happened to me. Um
Dude, why are y'all hitting your mics today? What are you so angry at them for? This is mic abuse, okay? Mic lives matter.
Oh dear. Um Oh no. We're gonna be all broken up.
Ah, shoot. Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna
Okay,
have to reboot
Raymond
Discord.
is rebooting Discord right now because his mic is fucked up right at the moment. So,
Yeah.
Valley on whose mic? Mike is in your walls, Valiant. He's in your
No,
walls.
it's Mac, not Mike.
What? What?
God damn.
Testing. Hi guys, how's it going? I'm trying to get this back up and running. Terribly sorry. I'm gonna see if I can go back to my regular mic. Oh, that's a bad sign. That is a very bad sign. Terribly sorry about all this, folks. That was not expected. I'm going to be more careful around this thing than I thought. All right. Discord over there. Everyone besides Celtic got sent to the Shadow Realm. Yeah, but it's only my audio that's in the Shadow Realm. All right. So I am back
in the spirit world and stuff, being why he wasn't as present.
Yeah, so if there was a lot more stuff from the comics that they sprinkled in, I think that would be so great.
Did you guys continue going on without me?
No. I was talking a little aside while you were gone. I was specifically talking about how it would be great if they would sprinkle in more stuff from the comics and the novelizations.
All right. Well, I'm going to do.
Yeah, it would be cool.
Let me try and add another, because I don't know if I might have to restart Streamlabs, and I can't do that. I can't.
Oh dear. Also, I recently learned that there's actually novels out for Kiyoshi and Yang Chen, so that's pretty fun.
Oh yeah, there are.
If I may levy a critique.
Yeah, those were out like I think the past couple of years.
All right.
Yeah,
I think I'm just stuck with this microphone. I apologize to everyone.
Oh dear.
Oh, I doubled up.
No. If it's not working with your RahiTuber, then you have to go into RahiTuber to fix that.
Oh yeah, no. Where is that?
Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about RahiTuber. I'm talking all my Streamlabs.
Yeah, it's an audio input.
Yeah, audio input.
Oh.
Well, it's on both, honestly. So.
Right, but
be
you can
an
easily fix that with
Yeah.
RahiTuber.
Yeah, there we go. All right, that's a little bit better now. I'm just gonna be more careful wearing this headset around the house. Anyway,
Yeah.
Just because her name was brought up, if I may levy a critique, one thing that really bugged me about something that I observed from Kiyoshi was that her reputation was overblown, I would say. Like, cause like before I watched the anime, I was like, yeah, man, she like takes no name. She's like ruthless. And then I watched the anime and I'm like, I guess a little bit, but like it's not like overblown. And I haven't read the comics, mind you, but at least from the anime, I don't think that she really like warrants that reputation. So when I watched the Netflix show, I was very surprised that they made her. She seemed a lot more abrasive, a lot more
Same.
like,
Mhm.
are you
Same.
kidding me, Aang? And I was like, whoa, chill. Like,
Well, to
Like, I
be
always-
fair,
I always read her as
we
like,
didn't really get much of Kiyoshi in the first place.
but that's what I mean. It's like that's sort of like I think the reputation that she got from the fandom from the anime wasn't warranted, and it kind of seemed, I can't say for sure, but it did kind of seem like
from the
on one hand you could give it to the writers, to your point, go about like it did seem that they really like were in touch with the fandom of like, hey, this is what the fandom kind of like wants from Kiyoshi. But for me, I just thought it kind of felt there was an incongruence there.
I read her as
Go ahead,
stern
Kaiser.
but militaristic in
Yeah,
a kind of way.
Yeah.
And yeah, in the live action, she was like, "Get up!
Listen, Aang,
I'm
you
gonna
idiot."
train you to be the fucking Avatar." And I'm
Listen,
like,
Aang,
calm
you
down.
piece of shit. I was like, whoa, man.
Oh,
You're the Avatar. You gotta deal with it.
Inversely, I actually really like that they made Roku a lot more jokey and fun-loving.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I liked that.
I like that.
Honestly,
I like
it
that a
felt
lot.
more like Iroh than Iroh had for a while.
I know. It was a breath of fresh air, especially because they nerfed a lot of the personality from a lot of the
Nerfed the fuck
characters.
out
So
of
it was so good.
Dude,
The
that was one of the few jokes that actually really got a laugh.
Yes.
Now
it
hop
got
on one
me.
leg.
He had me in the first half.
Oh man, very very. I liked Roku a lot. I'm glad we got a lot of time with him, or as much time as we did. Trying to think of. Oh, one thing I noticed on a production level, just offhand, because I just throw my notes on it. There's a lot of fucking ADR in this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Like they
A lot of
really
ADR, a
went
lot of
in.
CG.
Yeah, there's that. Oh god, the green screens, man, they're just bad. Like half the time they look fine, half the time they look awful. Like you can tell they're on a set.
I didn't notice it as much. The only thing that I noticed was that one shot that I showed you, Raymond, with where you
could
could
see the bald
Tima's
cap.
bald cap. Yeah. It was such a short scene too, so it's like I'm surprised that I caught it, but I did.
I feel like they did a lot of really cool things with a lot of their sets. Especially
Yeah.
Omashu, that looked great. The only one I didn't like was the air temple. In the past, at the very beginning, it felt like a very, very small set that they wanted to make look big,
Yeah,
and it just didn't work with what they were doing.
I could see that. I had issues with Omashu, especially when they started getting onto the cart ride, the mail carts. That looked so bad. That was like one of the worst effect shots in the entire show. And I was gonna say the fight with King Boomy, when that happens, it's legitimately the shot they used to try and promote 1 week more was the worst shot in that entire fight.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand why they chose that shot to market the fucking show. It looked so bad.
Yeah.
Now,
I did for Boomy's fight, I did like that he was trying to give Yang now I'm doing it because of you. Thanks, Raymond.
I'm so sorry. You learned it from watching me.
Yeah. Like he was trying to give Aang an ultimatum, and ultimately he was proven wrong because he's like, your friends aren't going to help you, and then Aang's friends end up doing helping him. And I just liked that so much because ultimately they're wrong. They're trying to tell him, like, you're alone. You can't rely on your friends. You shouldn't have your friends help you. And it's like, no, his friends are going to be there for him. And they're wrong because the only way to win a war is with other people around you to help you. No man is an island.
Yeah. It's... I mean, I overall, I just enjoyed everything about Boomy. I know everyone disagrees to a minor extent, but yeah. Also in this episode was Iroh and the prison transport. We can't gloss over that because we need to bring up the biggest criticism here. Why isn't Iroh naked?
Oh,
I know he was captured in the hot springs, but I'm still. It's like, god damn it, that was one of the more like interesting things that they did in a children's show. Just have a naked old man be. I mean, he was in a loincloth, but being
no, there was
transported.
no sexy Iroh. He's too powerful for live action.
I liked his exchange
Kaiser's
with the
back
Earth.
with cookies.
What?
Also,
said
have you
Kaiser's
noticed
back
you're
with
not
cookies.
streaming on Cast?
Oh, I'm not streaming
Yeah.
cast.
No, you're not.
No.
You haven't been this entire time.
I am though. It shows me I'm streaming on cast.
Not on my end.
No, not on my end.
All right. Are we all in the same room? We are in the same room. Yeah.
We're in digital world.
Yep. Netflix stream.
Does Netflix is like, nuh-uh, I know
actually,
what you're trying to do.
They might have a thing up. I know Crunchyroll has problems.
Very tricky, sir.
So can you guys see it now?
I refreshed
Honestly, I've just
it, so I
been-
have to go back in.
I've just been looking at it on the stream itself.
Yeah.
Well,
By the way, speaking
That
of Crunchyroll,
sucks.
actually, I went the other day while me and Pete were group watching a couple episodes of the original. We went on a totally legal website, and have y'all ever heard the Japanese dub of Avatar before?
no, I haven't.
No.
No.
It was so weird to hear for the first
Oh, I
time.
bet.
That was my first time hearing it.
It's like listening to Ruby
Well,
in Japanese.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where Oscar is played
It's
as
like,
a
get your
girl.
moon speak out of here. Well, most children are played as girls.
I
anyways.
know, but the fact that he's played by an actual man in the English, but he's played by a woman very clearly as a woman in Japanese, and then every other character is,
Which is-
played how they're supposed to sound is
Which
very
is
off.
strange
It's
because
just
you
very
usually
weird.
do that when you usually do that with characters that are substantially young, like elementary age or middle school age, if you're really pushing it. Oscar at the start, I'm pretty sure he was like 15. You could have
He's
gotten away
14,
with
yeah.
some.
Anyway, back on
Yeah.
point. So actually, some
Yeah,
thoughts.
back to better shows.
First, I completely forgot about this, but the players showing up briefly, they had like one of the best jokes in the episode, which was the dry delivery of "they're doomed."
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah, that was the one.
Well, that wasn't the Ember Island players. That was
Sorry,
those were the
the-
hippies.
the minstrels, right?
And they sung the song. I
Yeah.
loved that.
Oh, they didn't do
Yeah,
the
they-
thing.
they
They didn't do the
did-
something secret tunnel. They didn't do the something bit. They
No,
actually
they
sung-
didn't. But they
when the
did sing
characters-
Secret
they-
Tunnel.
Oh yeah, they did.
When the characters started talking about the caves, I said out loud, if they don't have the hippies singing there, then I don't want to watch it. And then like they
Also-
start walking in, and I'm like, oh man. And then they turn the corner, and I was like, oh my god.
Also,
They also had the good joke
also
of
an
like,
interesting change. What?
well,
was
you
the joke?
were trying to speak before me. I just wanted you to go.
Okay, but one interesting change to the Oma and Shu story. I'm pretty sure in this version they made them both.
They made them lesbians.
Yeah, they made them lesbians.
Women.
I thought that
Yeah,
was
they made
so
them
weird.
lesbians this one.
It messed me up because
Alright, I
I
was
thought
al-
that they changed it so that the woman died, but then he kept saying she, and I was like, you
Yeah, I
make
had
them
the
both
double
women.
take
What?
When I saw that, yeah,
It was
I was like,
one of the most.
okay, I
mean,
guess
it's
but-
fine, but it's just kind of unnecessary. It's like I guess.
Yeah, it is
Yeah,
very
I can
unnecessary
understand
change.
wanting to do that with like say on-screen characters, but they're doing that with characters that are relegated to backstory that
Yeah.
aren't even shown. So I'm like, okay, why would you?
Oh God, I
do
just had a
that?
fearful thought. If they're in tune with the fandom, are they going to try and do Zuli? Oh, I hope not. I hope they don't try and go that
Oh,
kind of
alright.
bullshit. Because I know the fandom
Wait,
is
Ty
huge.
Lee and Zuko?
No, Azula. Sorry, Azuli. That's what I meant. I don't
Azul-
ship it, so you
What?
know I'm not familiar with the terminology for it.
Yeah, that would be dude.
I would be
okay,
so
That's why I'm not
disappointed.
in these spaces. I don't want that. Ty Lee and Azula, like,
But yeah, no.
isn't that kind of.
I honestly like Ty Lee and Zuko better.
Honestly, I'm the odd man out. Tylee and Toph. I
can
think
see
they
that.
actually would make a really good, really good.
What?
It's a crack ship.
What?
It's an admitted crack ship.
Crack shit
It's a crack ship, but I think it would work. I think it would work. Anyway, they also had another joke that was good. Was that those are the tunnels, which is very simple, but I thought it just brought a smile to my face. The delivery.
Yeah.
But yeah, so what I really wanted to talk about was the Iroh not being naked coward scene, because the whole dialogue, I thought this is the kind of dialogue I thought it came across well, like this entire conversation between these two, and how Iroh was willing to kind of push back against this guy. It is one that is missing some of that affable, lovable Iroh bit, but the fact that he was as stern and resolute and calm throughout the entire thing, they did him justice here in terms of like how dignified Iroh remains, even under pressure, I thought.
Yeah, I suppose. I just think that hurts a lot of his characterization for him feeling regret for his past actions, though. I think it's a bit of a push and pull there.
Possibly. I feel like this is him trying to warn this guy, like, you're falling down a really bad path with this bitter heart you have. Like, you gotta...
I suppose that's fair.
Like, I kind of felt like this is Iroh trying to warn him. Like, he's like... The counterpoint to that is it was kind of combative, where it's like, I wasn't talking about myself, and it's like... They did not keep the outmatched line, but it wouldn't... Tonally, with what they went for in this scene, it would not have worked.
Yeah.
I understand why they cut it. This is one of those like side grades type deal.
We?
Oh, what?
No. Oh no, I thought we were done talking about Iroh. Sorry.
Oh, one last thing I wanted to note was they emphasized the Lotus title really early on in the prior episode, and like I was like, man, that's a really weird thing to focus on. Like, how are you going to explain that like in this season when you're not going to have the White Lotus till season 3? Well, using it as the thing that he drops, and it actually adds, I think, a lot to both him and to Zuko, because Zuko like finds the tile and immediately knows, oh, this was the tile that Uncle was showing me, and he loves Pai's show. It's like that. It adds a little bit of Zuko does pay attention to what his uncle is talking about.
Well, no, hang on. The White Lotus
Wait,
tile was
original?
emphasized in the first season of the cartoon as well. Like, there's a whole subplot where he thought that he lost his White Lotus tile,
right?
And
right,
how important that was to his strategy of
that was the
Pai
pirate
Sho.
episode, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the pirate episode.
Yeah. So I thought, like, in terms of getting that in early, I thought this was a good way to do it. And I thought, like, it actually did help because, like, as opposed to him dragging Zuko off on these little adventures and Zuko just kind of begrudgingly going along, now it's like Zuko paid attention to what his uncle was talking about and, like, oh, the Pai Sho tile. My uncle's this way.
Yeah.
I thought it was a nice little, like, combination of how they condensed a lot into a very short amount of time.
Mm-hmm. I want to backtrack for just a second because I know if I don't talk about it right now when I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna forget it. But one thing that I really liked about the first episode that unfortunately they killed that as well is I liked that they had the comet unmentioned just floating across the sky at first. I thought that was a really nice detail.
I never realized that.
Oh, you didn't? Yeah, no. There were a couple of scenes where you could just see the comet in the sky and nobody mentions it. It's really unfortunate that they had to ruin it by mentioning it in a different scene later on. And
I mean, that's the whole festival. It's like the whole festival is around the comet.
Yeah, well, yeah. Which I thought was kind of weird because why would the air nomads have a festival about the comet that makes the firebender stronger?
Celestial body, spiritual stuff.
Yeah, if it was meant to be a marker
about that instead.
if it was meant to be a marker to show like when you typically let the avatar know that he's the avatar or whatever, then I think that would have been fine. But they didn't emphasize that, so it's just like they're having this festival for this thing that we know is meant to be special for the firebenders. Like, why would the airbenders do that?
Actually,
so like
did they
didn't make that clear.
emphasize? Did they emphasize how
uh,
young Aang was when they were telling him? Because I remember that was a big deal that he was being told 4 years early.
Yeah,
Oh,
they mentioned
yeah.
it.
Yeah, they
No.
did.
I actually
they
like the
didn't
fact
really- Oh,
that they were mentioning the comet, even though it's like, oh yeah, it's important for the firebenders, but like just like in the real world, it would like things can transcend different cultures with different meanings for
Yeah.
different peoples.
Yeah.
So even though it's important for the firebenders for very obvious reasons, it's neat to think that other benders of other cultures would be like, that is a cool like thing, cool event, not necessarily related to the same things the firebenders do.
Oh yeah. No, that's not
Also,
what I was saying. I was
during-
saying that they didn't give a reason why they were celebrating the comet. So it was confusing to me because the show established that the comet was special to the firebenders. So if they were going to do the festival as air nomads, why like what would be the reason why they would celebrate it? Unless if all of the cultures just celebrate all of the other cultures' festivals as well because they're supposed to be united and whatever, that would be fine.
Or
yeah,
maybe it's
that-
just
that
I
like
was
feel
just
like
the
that
thing.
might have been more of a thing.
it could just be a
Yeah.
multicultural thing where it's kind of
But
like Christmas.
I guess so. So
Yeah, you
Can-
can do that. Oh, one
So
one
are we
one
gonna
last
talk
thing
about? Sure.
before sorry, you can bring it up as soon as I'm done with this because I know if I forget my point, I'm definitely gonna fucking.
All right, where am I
forget it.
going?
So yeah, so where we're going is that I am mixed on the part of Zuko's backstory we got to see with him, specifically the part where he has the Agni Kai with Ozai. I don't know how to feel about the part where Zuko is actually fighting back.
I
Yeah.
did not like it.
The
I did
original.
not like it. That was actually
Yeah, I
think,
didn't like that either.
the one
Mhm.
strict downgrade because like him refusing to fight was
The
the reason
one-
he gets banished.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like that's the weakness that like he hates. And I'm all like, "Oh, well, okay, it's kind of sort of say because Zuko had the chance to deal a severe blow, which by the way, in terms of the scaling of Zuko's skills there, that's a little I don't know about that, man. That does
I
not
I
does
wasn't.
not track to
I
me.
didn't
but-
read it as if like Ozai was actually like taking him seriously. Like I know that kind of defeats the purpose of Ozai. Maybe it's a bit of
that
hypocrisy on
too.
Ozai, but I kind of felt like
Yeah, I was about to
Ozai
say,
was
like-
literally trying to just push him, and like he finally got what he want. And it's like if I lose an eye or something over this, I will at least know that my son is strong. Because Ozai's got some facets that I was not expecting
Yeah.
from this.
Yeah.
Which we can get to in a minute, but like, yeah, I do not like the fact that he fought back. I feel that him not doing so better emphasizes just how much different that he is compared to most of the other people in the Fire Nation, and the level of cruelty both like Ozai and the nation represent
Yes.
in what they're doing
Yeah.
and how they changed him.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's like the
And
biggest
also how
facet.
much love Zuko has for Ozai, despite everything that he's done up to that point.
Yeah,
Like, hey, I love you, Dad. I don't want to fucking hurt you.
It's one of those like this is a strictly downgrade as opposed to I think everything else with his backstory I think is actually better done, but this is the one where I think it just gets hurt really badly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Um,
you get the
I
sense that
think
they
the
dragged it
only
out
other
more.
part of the-
The fighting is fun. Like actually the choreography
ahead.
is good, but I think you're right that they dragged it out for the fight.
That's what I was gonna say. They just dragged it out
My-
because that's what you do in Game of Thrones. You fight things.
Yeah, my friend said that that she was pretty sure that she thought that they dragged out the fight because they wanted to use the actor as much as possible.
That possibly combined with the fact that they cut the Agni Kai with Zhao, and so they wanted to actually
Yeah.
show off an Agni Kai proper.
Yeah.
So like there's a number of reasons they did it. I don't think it was the smartest move. I think they should have just because we can imagine what a
No.
fight between two firebenders looks like. We have it later between him and Zhao. Like we
Yes.
could have just saved this choreography for that and like made that a more extensive fight, and then have Zuko kill him so we can just have that be more fitting. But yeah, I guess if we're here already, we can talk about Ozai, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, Ozai and Azula.
Ozai and Azula and
Yeah.
and Zuko and their relationship. Ozai seems like he's actually more of a. He's not as distant, and there is the trade-off where in the original he came off as this force of nature. He was this villain in the shadows that didn't have anything more than just megalomaniac intent behind him. And while that's still very much present in this Ozai, there is this much more conflicted like feelings towards his children in it.
He comes off a little bit more psychopathic in the live action.
Yeah,
Because they emphasize that Ozai is
his
playing
love
with
and
his
everything.
children. He's toying with them.
Yeah.
He's toying with both Zuko and Azula.
Okay. Sorry, just to ask, just to
Oh, go ahead. Go
develop
ahead,
that,
Mac.
because I'm sort of like an outside observer because I haven't gotten as far. But there is one thing I saw on Twitter,
Sure.
and you guys can add context. There is a scene where when
Alright.
it's like Azula is walking away and Ozai like turns to her and is like, "Hey, just to let you know, like your brother is like, really like kicking ass out there, and you're like really falling behind." A lot of people frame that as if it was like completely out of character for him to do, because in the anime, obviously he like, he despises Zuko, he plays favorites. And this might just be me being like super good faith, but to me that seemed to be clearly, to your point, Go, about him being psychopath, it seemed to be clearly a manipulation tactic.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
I was like, I
100%
thought
a
like, that was
manipulation.
obvious to me. Like that was
That-
like he's clearly.
But the flip side is
fucking with
also
it, yeah.
I don't think it was ungenuine either. Like I kind of feel like there's a dual role going on in Ozai's head, because when he learns that Zuko was blown up by Zhao, well, he didn't know it was Zhao, but like when he learned, it was the fleet, when the fleet was wiped out and the prince was presumed among the dead, there's this moment where the actor really sells this like,
Yes.
oh fuck, my son is dead, like moment, and then he switches coldly
Yeah.
to, if he is strong, he will have survived, as a prince should. Like, you feel like there is something, and I wonder if they're going to go for a generational angle where it's like something was beaten in or out of Ozai, and like he is now passing that on to his children.
Yeah.
Like I
Right.
feel like that's very
I think
potentially on the
the
table.
only thing, back to that scene that Mac mentioned where Ozai showed a bit of praise to Zuko in front of Azula. I do agree with you that I don't really have a problem with that scene itself, because yeah, you're right, it's very clear, especially from Ozai's expression, that he is playing Azula here. He's trying to goad her. My only issue with that is that Azula was already pretty damn committed. I have no idea why you would even need to goad her in this
But
sense.
Yeah.
but that's kind of the thing, is like if he's psychopathic, he almost, not, I won't say gets off on it, but he sort of like speaks to his character at least.
Yeah.
It's also
Yeah,
an
there's
off-
there's
an
a moment at
offhand-
the very end with Zhao where Zhao says something to Zuko that's along the lines of, "You're the fire that's like melting the cast iron that Azula is being forged from." Basically, Zuko's failures is the thing that's making Ozai is using to make Azula even stronger. And I think that's the angle they were going for. I'm not sure every scene
guess if
in
you-
the show did it properly, though. Azula's the one that I'm the most conflicted about.
I feel like
Yeah,
the
I
way
would
I'm
agree,
about to
kind
say.
of.
I think that works in terms of the direction where, like, okay, if you want to make Azula less of a cartoon villain in this version, then I guess that is the most sensible route to go. But I'm not sure about how they did
my
it.
supposition on this is that Ozai is playing the two against the middle, is that he's basically using
Yeah.
he's using both to like stoke each other, and whoever comes out on top is going to be the Fire Lord. I think that's kind of how he sees it.
Very, very Logan Roy coded from
Yeah, pretty
Succession, if you've seen
Yeah.
Succession.
Yes.
need to
I
see
didn't
that.
like in that how it kind of damages Azula's character a little bit to make her a little bit more like Zuko. Because in the show, she is confident. She knows herself. She knows her abilities. She knows that she is stable with her father. But in that, there is no
And the
stability
best.
with her father in the live action Netflix. So I think that damages her just a little bit. That confidence that she has that establishes most of her characterization.
I think
And then
also. Okay.
Right.
or just to go back to that, to your point, I almost wonder if that was because they decided to kind of, because again, I think she's like coded older in the show. I almost wonder if they were thinking like, because we have the character who is noticeably younger, almost like they're almost like developing her character. I almost wonder if she'll like grow into
And
that
they did
character
say that
we see.
Zuko is in line to be the next Fire Lord in this version as well. So that
Yeah,
probably
but I almost wonder
might
if they're
be
gonna like
part of it.
let that develop. Like she'll almost could say like because earlier you guys or someone mentioned I think it was you guys, you mentioned Zuko kind of being whiny, and I definitely agreed. However,
Yeah.
it really depends on, because again, like looking back at book one, he kind of was like a whiny little bitch. But
Not to this extent.
yeah, of course. But to the
Not
depending
nowhere
on
near.
how they develop it, I almost wonder if that is purposely done because it'll contrast his petulance to his humility as he learns. But particularly if they end up doing season 2, book 2, I think that's going to be the determining factor if we see a shift in the characterization.
I think,
Mm-hmm.
and to your point, I think that works a little bit given how much more conflicted Zuko ends up by the end of this season in Netflix's version, even in comparison to the original. So you might have a point there, actually. I think one other issue between Zuko, Azula, and Ozai in terms of their development I have an issue with is just how much this goes back to the dialogue, but they repeat like the main driving thing about compassion being a weakness and stuff like
but
that.
Yeah.
A
yeah.
bit too
Everything.
much for my liking.
Yeah,
They
they
repeat everything. That's just an unfortunate quirk of the writing of this show.
It's like they found a good quote that like on Facebook that they really really like, and they just want to repeat that shit.
I was gonna say, I think actually more
that just has
so.
as their catchphrase.
This is the one that, while it is repeated, I think it's one like it's repeated less than a lot of the other ones. Like it only stands out, I think, because we
yeah.
see so little of them, and it's like I think it's repeated like 3 times, as opposed to all the other ones where it's like every other character, like Aang being, oh, you must take responsibility. That bullshit is just spouted by fucking everyone he
Maybe,
meets.
Yeah.
but it also has to do with the way it was repeated. Like in the scene with Ozai confronting Zuko after the Agni Kai on his resting bed, and where he basically tells him to find the Avatar. What really took me out of that scene was the first half of that scene was basically him just repeating the shit that we already understand.
Yeah, that was annoying.
And just like bar for bar, beat for beat, like that was like, what the fuck are you
However, the rest of that
saying
scene
this? But like,
had
I don't know.
probably
The rest of that scene is fine.
the rest of that scene has probably the most brilliant masterstroke, I think, of this series when it comes down to strict improvement.
Oh, yes.
Mhm.
Oh
The
my god.
41st
yes.
Division that Zuko stood up to defend is the one that was assigned to his ship when he was banished. Like,
Yes.
That-
Wait, that wasn't in the original?
that was
I
not in the
No.
original.
I was
My-
thinking about
my
It
it.
was not in the
friend-
original. That is a
Okay,
marked
yeah.
improvement.
My friend tried to gaslight me on
Alright,
that. It's
that
like, isn't
100%.
that in the original? It's like, no, that's not. I checked.
No, it's
No,
not.
I was asking because I didn't, unlike you
Yeah.
guys, I didn't go through like
Well,
most
I
of the
didn't.
first season.
I-
My
while I was
jaw
watching this.
actually dropped open.
And like it was strictly because not only did it affect this scene and like refine Zuko, but like when it was Iroh telling this to Lieutenant G, it helped G like more so than just boo hoo, my dad burned my face. Like, and now suddenly everyone feels sorry for him on the ship, where it's like out of pity. It's like it feels really bad in that, like, retrospectively, in light of this change, it's like, wow, that really was just sort of like Iroh told him a sob story, and
Yeah.
and like they're suddenly on Zuko's side. Like, oh yeah, the kid with a giant burn scar on his face, he must have had an easy life. No, I took this as everyone knew that he had a falling out with his father, but now suddenly it's like, oh, he got that scar because he was saving your life, and it's like, oh fuck, it's like suddenly, and that scene where the entire crew was lined up and bowing to him as he passed. I'm not gonna deny, I was tearing up. I was tearing up. I was like, holy fuck, this kid is getting the respect he finally fucking deserves because he was a good leader. Like, god damn, that hit so hard. And that
was so good.
And it also tied in that moment of like everything fired on full cylinders because Iroh was Iroh, where it's like, what's changed? Like, I think they just missed you during music night. And it's like, that was so Iroh, and like I was so happy. Like in that moment, I'm like, more of this show. This right here. Take this, like whatever, like kernel of writing you had. Take that and just drop it into everything else. Sprinkle it wide and far across this entire show because you will have me bawling by the time the credits roll on season 3. You will have me weeping like a child. A child with a face burned by his father.
I will say something before we get too far away from Azula. There was one shot I keep thinking about it and I hate it. So Azula's like training, and I'm fine with her going through an arc where she has to like actually train to get to her lightning powers. It's whatever, it's fine. But there's a shot where we see May and Ty Lee, and they're sleeping on this like bench in the middle of the training area, and it's like the middle of nighttime. And I'm like, as much as I like seeing May and Ty Lee more because they're fun characters, I'm like, go home, girls. You don't really need to be here.
Okay. Counterpoint. Azula doesn't give them a choice.
Like they were like servants to her. Like actually, they couldn't leave.
This does. Well, I think actually they couldn't. Like that was a whole thing. Is that Azula strong-armed both of them into her. Well, I guess more so Ty Lee into her service. But this is undercutting, I think, Ty Lee a little bit. Her showing up so early. Like I get you wanted to have her and Mai on screen to show, hey, we got these actors and. We got these actors, these characters, but like the idea that, and we want to establish that they were at least friends early on. I get that, but if Ty Lee is here, you're losing out on the whole thing that she was basically threatened to join, and that Azula was going to torture her until she decided to. Yeah. Like that really colors their character, and it's actually, now that I'm speaking about it and now that I'm hating on this point, I'm actually starting to worry more about the whole Azuli shipping situation. I really hope you guys don't go that angle. It's a really bad relationship. I don't like it.
Don't do it, please. Unless, I guess if you're making Azula less of a sociopath in this, then like maybe, but even then, that's a bit of a stretch. Especially if you're going to keep the similar dynamics of the relationship as well. Like, that'd be a huge yikes.
And the thing is, like, I don't... Because my friend was really anxious about Azula being...
Fetishizing abuse, everybody. Don't do it.
I mean, there's ways to, like, show it and, like, have fun with it, but like not in this context. The way this tone is going out.
Don't fetishize it. That's what I mean.
So in this, my friend was worried about whether or not they would lose the kernel of Azula being just a kind of a sociopath at heart, which is, I mean, it is threaded early on, is that Azula is very vindictive. She is herself just a very naturally bitter and manipulative person, and I don't think they've cut that. I think they've definitely shown that her home life hasn't helped like remove her of that. So I'm wondering.
I guess it's another case like how it is with Boomy, where it's not like a definite worse. Yeah.
Well, for me, it's more of a wait and watch. It's not really
definitely sort of like a different one.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to keep that, like, the more and more she gets wrapped up in, like, being the new antagonist for the Avatar, whether or not we're going to see many more elements of that breaking through. Like, she's going to be much more vindictive and cruel and villainous all her own, beyond just the trauma from her family.
Yeah.
Right. And I hope they do that well enough.
We will have to see when book 2 comes out. But
Do you think they'll get any more? The reception to this first season has been a mix of some people being like us being like, it was fine, and then other people who like the clicks and attention who has to like extremify it by going, this was the worst thing in the world. So I'm wondering if it'll even get any sequel seasons, because I think if it does, it'll get better and better. But I'm worried that the reception has been so like,
Well,
it
made
hot off the pan.
You're worried
Gotta
if
act
it
like
gets
it's the
Cowboy
worst.
Bebop.
well, there's a few.
Yeah, they're gonna act like it's Cowboy Bebop.
Hot take though, because it's interesting because I think we're so correct on it. If when I, at least for me, when I saw the anime, when book 1 was over, I was impressed by many aspects of it, but part of me kind of was like, oh yeah, it's pretty good. Like it didn't really like reach like GOAT status until book 2. But book 2 for me was really the turning point. So it's unfortunate where
Fair.
I almost hope
Fair.
that the lukewarm to negative response, because like I think like for book 2, like if they can do it right, especially like at least from what I've seen so far, even only 3 episodes in, from their ability to the pros, like them combining plot lines and stuff like that, if they can sort of take book 1 kind of like the anime did, and take season 1 and kind of see what didn't work, what did work, and kind of go and like kind of like tweak it into book 2, like I think book 2 could cook on Netflix if they really do good, and I hope they get that chance.
Oh,
yeah.
definitely. I was gonna say, like, I think book 2 has already been greenlit. I think it was already going to. It was the most watched show over like 70 different countries. So I think it was successful. I think it's successful. Like, and I think that's what matters.
Yeah.
And
also, what does Netflix have otherwise?
Yeah, sure.
Another element to that is Netflix's whole structure is like a show maybe gets 2 or 3 seasons and then they cut it. Avatar is perfectly set up to have 3 seasons and then they're done. Like so I think it falls within a very safe margin of I'm almost confident in guaranteeing we're going to see all 3 seasons, but I'm not going to hold my breath, and if it gets canceled, I'm like, damn. I wanted to see more of this.
I think that the main thing that they need to do is to put whoever was writing the dialogue, I don't know if they wrote other parts of it or if it was only the dialogue, but whoever wrote the dialogue, they need to go to a writing class, if not, just replace the dialogue writer entirely, because oh my god, I think that the dialogue is the worst part of the show by far.
Yeah, especially in comparison to, while I do appreciate them using sort of like unknown actors, I think it definitely does, like when you have still the dialogue on top of actors who might not be able to properly
them come
sell
off
it
worse than they actually are.
I agreed. It kind of is like a compounding effect in a way.
Well, Aang's actor isn't he isn't necessarily green. He has been in other things. He's just Canadian, and most Americans don't pay attention to Canadians.
Oh, I hope the show gets canceled then. Screw that.
What do you mean? Ryan Reynolds is the most like loved man on the world.
I hate Ryan Reynolds.
Oh no!
He took Blake Lively from me. I had a shot. Come on.
Deadpool killed my family and then laughed in my face about it. No, so yeah, that's yeah. I cannot help but agree with everything that was just said about that. I think you're right. The dialogue is the weakest part. I don't think it's like god awful. At times it can be, like it can reach that low, but there are times where I think there's some nuggets that come out that are actually really good.
There are, and there are some parts where they quote the show verbatim,
and it works really well.
It does.
Yes.
One thing that I was actually very worried about, but because I wasn't sure if they were going to do the scene, the ending part of that scene justice, and they did it, was after the Blue Spirit. where Aang and Zuko are talking to each other, they expanded on that, and they did
Yes.
it really well. And they still had the
Yeah.
very poignant ending to that scene, which was so important. And I'm so glad that they did that.
Was it Zuko throwing the fireball at Aang?
Yes.
They would,
Well,
yeah.
Yeah.
Aang specifically asking, like he brought up Kuzan to Zuko, saying like, I've had friends all over the world, including in the Fire Nation. Kuzan was my best friend. Hey, do you think that if we both lived 100 years ago, that we could have been friends too? And that's when he threw the fireball, and
Yes.
Aang ran away. That was verbatim in the live action show. I
It was?
loved that. Yes,
I,
it was.
I loved the expansion on that scene because we lose out on the Zuko kidnapping Aang scene in the
Yeah.
at the end of the Water
Yeah.
Tribe.
Yeah.
So like we kind of got that packed into one place, and it really, like, it does such a good job of just making Zuko so conflicted about it. I feel so bad for Zuko, because especially
Yeah.
in, like, with the refinements we have with Ozai and everything, it's like, this poor kid has just been torn in every fucking direction. He has no idea what he's fucking doing.
Yeah. Like there's the whole subplot with Aang taking Zuko's notebook, and they use that
was
in order
great.
to enhance the scene.
Him asking about what hair's the brush,
Yeah.
and, like, that was so cute. I loved that.
Yeah,
It's like-
I do.
I like that.
I liked it so much.
I mean, Masks, I think, might just be the best episode in the show.
Yeah. It was so good.
You got Aang blowing Zhao, like blowing at Zhao. I should clarify that.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ! Slash fic writers
Maybe,
don't
maybe I
stop.
shouldn't watch this show. I don't know. Yeah.
This is
Yeah, you don't wanna-
that was
you
a
don't wanna
moment for
cue the
moment
situation.
Yeah.
from the cartoon.
So
if you
yeah,
if you know the scene after he gets captured from the cartoon, that happens in the live action as well. He
yeah.
like Zhao is a little bit of a bastard towards Aang, and he can't do anything because he's chained up. So what he does is that he blows air at Zhao and like smacks him into the wall, and that's what happens in the live action as well.
Yeah, and it's great because, like, with this new angle for Zhao, the idea that this little kid is standing up to him, it's sort of like this reminder to him that he's like his. I don't think Zhao is unaware. What are you doing? Don't write that down. such a...
Write that down.
I can't remember if that was in the original or not. Was that?
I don't think so.
I think it was a little bit, but it was kind of a blink and you miss it moment.
Yeah, this was much more like just is Zhao just being pissed at the guy. I love his dynamic with this little guy. It's good.
Also, I want to say, partially for Mac, they changed that scene where he gets captured because they Katara and Sokka don't get sick, so they don't have to look for the frogs that they have to suck on.
They get trapped in the spirit world.
Yeah, they get trapped in the spirit world
Yeah.
when trying to deal with Heibai.
So
I
there,
always thought the frog thing,
Because-
it kind of was a silly
Yeah,
catalyst
Yeah.
for what ends up being a very strong episode.
there are two issues that I have. One is the fact that he dragged them both into the spirit world with him initially in the episode with Heibai. Like that was a weird, like, I sort of a I guess moment. Like it,
Yeah.
I kind of got bothered by that. The second one is later when he's at the fire temple for the for what's his face. I keep forgetting his name.
Shayu.
No.
Oh, shy.
Well, the fire temple, the
Roku.
guy that helped him was Shayu.
Roku.
Oh, Roku.
Yeah, Roku's
Okay, yeah.
temple on
Yeah,
Crescent
that's
Island.
right.
Fucking June, because like that's part of the plot is that June is recruited by Zuko and Iroh.
Oh
You
my god,
guys-
she looks so good.
She looks so good.
She does.
She and
Unfortunately,
her Shershu.
That was perfect cast.
unfortunately, I
It
found
was.
her acting kind of hit or miss at times. And oh my god, her dismounting. Did you see that dismount she had when she got off the giant sniffy dog thing?
Yeah.
That
the,
was
the Shirshu.
the shushu. It is so. It looks so bad. It's like she like jerks to the side. It's one of the worst effects in the show. But no, my issue is you guys were in the Earth Kingdom. how the fuck did you follow Aang all the way across the fucking ocean?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Like,
Because
she
Ozai
just shows
had, I mean,
up.
sorry, not Ozai. Aang had to freaking fly to
Yeah.
get to the temple.
It's like it's a weird, like, you just teleported here to get Aang. That's the truth. You just teleported here to get him.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate, but like it's just like minor gripe. So let's talk about the actual meat of the spirit world jaunt that we get, because there is so much good.
This is what I want to talk about. I wanted to talk about UA so bad.
Okay, all right. We'll start with you. Okay, so let's get the setup for Macabre here, and for everyone that hasn't seen the show.
Well, because she did. Oh, did you not know? UA was the kitsune.
Oh yeah, no, I knew that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, I'm trying to set things up for people. That's what I'm trying to. Just so everyone knows what's going on. So Aang, we get to the scene in the original, it's like the halfway point of the original first season, where he shows up at this village that's been, like, the forest has been burned. Their spirits basically going out of whack, so things are just dying. The spirits are not happy. So Aang travels into the spirit world to try and solve things, accidentally drags in Sokka and Katara with him. That's a new change. And as they're walking on a path, they first meet the owl. What's his face? Like, I can.
Washington.
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 Yeah, which I thought was weird.
That was weird.
I
was
get
a
like
little bit weird.
adding more spirits into the spirit realm, but I was like, you're supposed to be in a library in the desert.
I did find the dynamic.
Why aren't you at the freaking library?
I did find the
Wait a
dynamic
minute.
fun.
Nerd, you big nerd bird.
Was it, Mac?
Oh no, I was saying, like, the Brian. Wait a minute, you're not supposed to be here. Sorry.
So that was a weird thing that happened. I'm gonna run through a quick summary of this, and we'll hit on things after I summarize, because a lot happens. Ho Shu Tong warns them to stay on the path, and they'll meet someone who will help them. They try to stay on the path, but Heibai, in his monstrous form, which looks awesome, comes out and attacks them, and they get separated into the fog. And in the fog, they each have, like, visions of things that, like, are trying to haunt them, and Aang is the only one that manages to stave it off.
Yeah.
And at the end of the path, he manages to find a hut where he meets Gyatso and gets to basically have some last words that he doesn't realize are last words with him. And that's where he comes out of the spirit. He learns from Gyatso that the only way to save his friends is to go to Roku and get some help. Yeah. So now we can get into the details of this, because there's a lot that fucking goes on involving all of this.
Well, Katara and Sokka both get captured by
a rework of Ko.
Yeah, rework of Ko. Who looks amazing, by the way. He's so creepy.
The spirits in this are so creepy. Like,
they are.
Heibai looked like he came out of a fucking Alien movie. I'm like, oh god, no, legitimately, like, kids are gonna be scared of this episode. I'm excited for them.
They're like, we don't really know what happens to Sokka and Katara right out of the bat, because they both kind of go out of this dark forest and into a brighter scene of them being back at the Southern Water Tribe. Katara is back with her mother. It's a scene right before her mother dies, so she has to relive her mother dying, but this time not in a dream. This is like real life sort of thing. And she sort of understands that it's a dream, because she's like, I can't water bend because they can't bend in the spirit world. But it's not enough for her to break out of the illusion. Meanwhile, Sokka, of course, he can't bend anyway, so he can't know. So he's just reliving his memory from scratch, where they changed it so that instead of Sokka being unable to do the ice driver trials because his father left, he did the ice driver trials, but he did so poorly that his father was talking to Bato about how disappointed he was in Sokka.
Yeah, Bato had to Bato covered for him during the ice trials, and Bato was like stating, like, no, even I would have struggled. Even the most advanced writer would have struggled with that. And his father's like, we know you're just covering for him. It's just like, And it's one of the things that makes me love Sokka so much in this. Holy fuck, did that hit home to me?
Yeah, it did.
His actor,
Yeah,
of the
it did.
actors, Sokka's I think might be the best in the cast. I don't know if anyone else disagrees with it. There's a lot of really good actors here.
I think
pretty
well, there
good.
is, but I think of the main kid cast, he's the one with the most experience. He was in quite a few big shows. Like, he was one of the characters in 13 Reasons Why, for instance.
Unfortunate for him.
I knew
Yeah, it is
I
very
recognized him from somewhere.
I knew I recognized that chin.
I don't remember.
Yes, you recognize that chin.
Oh my god, if they make a live action
Yeah,
Crimson
I
Chin,
knew that chin.
Yeah.
I know that light skin.
I want you to say, I was making fun of your chin before when you were cast because I didn't know. You're a fucking fantastic actor. If you see this, you are amazing. Wear that chin with pride. Let no one ever tell you it's bad. It is awesome.
And
I made a lot of
ever get involved in
comments kind of
13
making
Reasons
fun of
Why
his
again.
chin, but I like it. I think that it's a fun. I'm able to pick him out of a crowd because he doesn't have a generic face. I'm autistic. I have trouble distinguishing faces sometimes, so the fact that he has a noticeable face makes me like him a lot.
Lip syncs are off. Yeah, there is a lot of lag time just in general because you have to consider that between everyone's
All of us
RahiTuber
are
thing,
different.
there's a lag between their mic and the actual the program, and then the program is being streamed into Discord, and then Discord is streaming it to me, and then it's being streamed from my recording software from the
Of us are in
Discord,
different
and
time
then
zones and
from the
shit.
recording Discord into into YouTube. So there's
Into
5 or 6
streaming
layers
back
of
to
latency to
Discord, yeah.
contend with.
Especially
yes.
given how all of us are probably in different states and time zones and shit.
Yes.
So
Mhm.
yeah.
We're actually all in the same room. We're just lying to you this entire time.
little partitions
This is just a
up with
big
blankets.
practical joke.
Yeah, we're all huddled around the same microphone. You're not watching me have to reset my RahiTuber every time I accidentally bump my mic cord.
So yeah, no, so Sokka gets this vision and it's so heartbreaking to watch. Katara gets her trauma basically again, and at the end of these, they are attacked by a figure with the creepiest, it's Ko's mask. If you remember Ko's face, it's Ko's mask on a human
Yeah.
body, but it also they animate it with CGI to move kind of like a human face. It looks so surreal and kind of gooey, but it looks so good in that way. It's
Yeah,
so
because he's
unnerving.
meant to be creepy and unnerving, so
Yeah.
it works.
But before that, because because Twilight wanted to talk about it, I was like,
Yeah.
Katara, Takara, Twilight. That's why my brain was like stuck on 3 things.
But yeah, right before
His vision.
Yeah, right before Sokka's vision, when they're still being attacked by Heibai, there is another spirit that is a white fox that appears, and she starts talking to Sokka and talks about how Heibai isn't an evil spirit, he's just a spirit in pain. And they have a brief moment where they talk about pain and about Sokka's feelings and stuff like that. And Sokka specifically says, he's a little bit overwhelmed being in the spirit world for the first time, and he's a little bit discombobulated. And eventually the spirit kind of leaves him with she's like, okay, I'll leave you alone to recombobulate and all that kind of stuff. And she leaves, and she's a 3-tailed kitsune, but there is something on
There's an
her
ornament
tail
on the
that I
end of the tail.
recognize, and I'm like,
Yeah.
wait, is that fucking Yue?
I had it in my notes because I forgot
I
her
was
name
thinking the
also.
same thing.
But
Yeah.
I wrote down where is it? Oh yeah, Talking Fox Spirit Yue.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, and in fairness, it was the move that they made that really helped flesh out their dynamic
Yes.
early on. Unfortunately, I actually think the latter 2 episodes don't really do all that much. In fact, I think it's
equivalent to the cartoon.
Oh, really? Is it equivalent to the cartoon? Because I thought it felt even weaker.
No, I I think that there's some give and take to that. There are elements that really help with their dynamic, but then there are things that they took out of the show from the original cartoon that could have really helped make their relationship stronger if they had kept it in.
Okay, we can get to
Yeah.
those when we get to that episode. I'm curious
Yeah.
to hear your thoughts on that. So yeah, and after that, I believe Sokka is taken by Ko, and Ko operates
Yes.
slightly differently in this setting. He's not the face stealer. Like, he doesn't, when you meet him, he doesn't immediately like steal your face if you show an emotion, which I thought was a terrifying fucking mechanic and a
Yeah.
really cool scene where you have to remain stoic. Instead, he traps you in the fog of, what was it called, the fog of doubt, or the fog of, it was actually a concept that was introduced in Korra,
Yeah.
which is the fog of lost souls.
Oh, okay.
And
Oh
like,
yeah, it's the one where you see like the ghost of Zhao.
yeah, you
when
find what
Tenzin
happens to
was trapped
Zhao.
in
It's
there,
it's
like,
actually
he's
really
free.
cool. It's one of the
Yeah.
really highlights of Korra. But the fog of lost souls is
Very
instead a
few
place
of
that kind of tortures you with your like most despairing memories and brings you to the point of despair. And at which
Yeah.
point you're at that point of despair, that's when Ko steals your face.
Yeah.
So the idea is he traps people there, cocoons them, and they'll then he's basically going to prey on them. And so what Aang has to do is travel to Roku, because Roku actually tangled, or was it Karuk that actually tangled with him?
It was both of them. He said
It was-
in the
yeah.
live action that multiple avatars had tangled with him.
Oh, right.
It
And that's
was
because
Roku.
Roku had that great line of like, "I will help you with anything you need," and Aang's like, "I need to defeat Ko, anything but that."
Except
He-
that. Anything but that.
That was so
I would
good.
do anything on earth, but I won't do that.
I will do anything for you, but I won't do that.
But yes. So Roku dealing with Ko, he's like, was it Roku or was it Kuruk that actually stole something from him? I think
It was Roku. It was
No,
Roku.
Roku stole it.
So-
Because
which makes
he
sense
had to go
because
to the
it's
fire
in his
temple.
temple.
Right.
Like
It's in his temple where like you find the freaking ornament that
yeah,
he had
from
stolen
the comics.
Ko in the first place.
Which is I thought it was an interesting
Yeah.
bit of lore building where it's the what is it called? It's the totem of the mother of
It's-
faces.
Yeah.
So it's like
Ko's mother.
Yeah, Ko's mother,
Yeah.
which I think that's just interesting information. Really fleshes out Ko very quickly that he wants this thing back. And what's really cool is by the end of this, when Aang finally makes it back to make that, he makes the trade and Ko honors it. Ko releases all the people. It's like, it's interesting because it by virtue of this, it also implies that Ko himself is potentially a spirit in pain because of like Heibai.
Mhm.
Which I think is an interesting, like, that Ko inherently isn't evil or malicious. It's just he's a creature doing his nature, and he's being extra malicious now because he is missing something.
Yeah. Which I think is really good, but also I don't think that Ko just being a predator by his nature is bad either. Because
I
that
think
was
it's kind
one
of
of the
both. Yeah.
things.
It's just that he's extra motivated now.
Yeah. Because that was one of the nuances that was unfortunately lost for a children's war game for Digimon, for instance. Because while I do enjoy the dubbed movie for Digimon,
Which
I
is better. We all agree is better.
At least for the third movie, yes. I do think that one of the nuances that was kind of not really emphasized for in the dub, that was kind of sort of implied in Japanese, is that well, by nature of it, it kind of wasn't, because the whole point was that the virus was looking for its owner or its creator, Willis. Whereas in the Japanese, the virus was just a force of nature that the characters had to deal with. It wasn't evil, it was just doing what it was supposed to do. It was just a creature that they had to deal with. So Ko is kind of like that.
Yeah, and I very much enjoyed this. I was kind of disappointed we lost that really terrifying edge of him, but he's still plenty scary and like yeah, he's really fucking cool. More Co, please. I would love to see him in season 2. Just saying. Or, or 3. Whenever we come back to the spirit world, I would love to see him just kind of pop up. Actually, Aang trying to recruit Ko in some regard, like that's an idea I've always wanted to have. Is like, what if you needed Ko's help for something? Like that's kind of a scary thought. It's like, can you trust Ko? Probably can't.
Yeah. If anything, I would think probably Heibai, but unfortunately Heibai kind of got shafted a bit in this.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it is very unfortunate in that, but I think possibly what they're doing is they kind of just shoved Heibai to the side and being like, oh, well, Aang planted that acorn. He dug up the acorn from one and then planted it right in front of Heibai's statue. So that means that Heibai was automatically healed and now he's friends with Aang. And it's like, that's not good, but okay, guys.
I mean, it would have been nice if, like, they at least did some CG work when he did that, when he planted the seed, and you see this monstrous Heibai here, and it turns back into the little panda. Like,
yeah, well, big panda. Giant panda.
No, they should have made it an extra small panda. Absolutely adorable little panda. No, I think, yeah.
Because I did really like that scene of that monkey who is just, like, extremely rude to Aang. And Heibai takes him back to the portal to bring him back to the material world. And the monkey is just like, thank good riddance. I'm glad he's gone. And then Heibai is just like screams at him.
Oh, actually, why did they have Shan Shu or whatever his name, the owl boy? Why'd they have him and not the monkey? Like, the monkey actually would have been funnier with Sokka.
That's a good...
because
Wan Shitan?
Yeah, because like they can't, because it's established that only the Avatar can understand the spirits. So like Katara and Sokka are just off to the side making like commentary on the fact that it's a bird, it's a big owl bird. And it's kind of funny, but like the idea of like Sokka and that monkey, and the monkey just like talking shit about Sokka, and it's like, what's he saying about me? What are you saying? I'll go, motherfucker. Like I feel like that would have actually been really fun.
Yeah, like maybe if you just like make, I don't know, maybe not, because the actor, like it would be a feature of the actor himself, but like if the monkey was just like a rude little motherfucker and he's just like that big chinned guy, and Aang is like, oh, his chin isn't that big. I was like, wait, what?
I could totally see like Sokka like gripping at his chin, like looking off to the side, like it's not. He's like suddenly becomes super self-conscious about it. Like kind of like he did when
just pats him on the back.
Oh, did we did kind of skip over Suki. Because I just realized we gotta go back to that.
Because
like
we did.
I feel bad about that, but like there's that scene where she walks in on him showering or like washing off, and he's like,
oh my god,
he's like, I'll go to it. It's great. Where he's like trying to cover himself. He's like, I don't know how to act here.
Did you want to talk about Suki, Critter? Because you said that you liked her a lot.
I don't think I have anything much more to expand on her. I liked her. Her actor was great. Mm-hmm. I like the addition of like how to try. I understand the idea of why they wanted to take more time to focus on Suki and Sokka's relationship, because then later down the line, when she comes back and they like kind of dive into pseudo relationship stuff right away, it feels like it was a little bit more properly set up, rather than just in the animation where she trains him for half a day and then that's it.
I mean, to be fair, it is pretty quick here too.
Cute.
I
was one moment
really weird.
where she's like talking and she has her full face of makeup on, and then she turns around, says a sentence, and then turns back around, and her like it's implied she's wiped all of her makeup off, and I'm like, no.
That's how makeup works, though.
It would not
do that. It takes like 8 seconds to take off. That's how that works.
I think everyone here has been to a convention. Special. It doesn't come off that easy.
Yeah.
If it's well done, and that looks really well done.
Yeah. I found that them emphasizing the relationship much stronger in the live action, made it a lot more awkward for Sokka's relationship with Yue later on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Though
was
what I
just
kind of
thinking
like
that.
about it is it does bring this energy of teen hormones to it that like I think are very genuine. Like this is a very sheltered girl and a very like isolated guy, or you can probably say vice versa for them. They're not used to being around like a bunch of other people that are not outside of people they grew up with.
Around their age.
So around their
Yeah.
age, so it's like suddenly come into contact and it's like, oh god, what are these feelings? And I mean Suki obviously struggled with that because like she kind of embarrassed him and like she didn't realize that's what she was doing.
Mhm.
I personally didn't get that. So Suki just came off as like a little bit too strong. Like I felt that her reactions to him would have been better suited if he was the more sexist personality that he was in the cartoon.
Yes, I think that is the most detrimental element of this. Although part of it I also feel like the way it comes off then is she's trying too hard, which I kind of dig, but I kind of understand like it needs a little more balancing out with his side of the angle.
And I
Yeah.
think it was
Yeah, because like she just kind of approached him much strongly and without really much of his input at first. And this is coming off of their first meeting where she was pretty put off by him as well, until he saw him with the shirt off, and that changed everything apparently. So it gave a little whiplash to me at the very least, and it could have used a little bit more setup there. But go ahead, Mac.
Yeah.
yeah, I think it because in retrospect, what I thought was so like, pretty astute about the anime was that Suki, at least for my mind, she ends up taking to soccer, liking him, not because he's like because of his abs or because of his, all that stuff, but because of his humility. It's that scene where he comes back and is like, you were right, I completely understand. And I think that was a big thing. And also, to go to your point, I think the fact that Suki and Sokka's romance wasn't played up as much in the anime, kind of like, even like her kiss, it kind of was like more of like a thank you kiss. Like I didn't really think it was more of like a big romance. It was kind of like at most a crush. It did make him and Yue
Awkward.
work better. Whereas
Yeah.
in the live action, I haven't gotten there yet, but I can only imagine it's like, well, geez, I guess.
Though it is
forget
admitted,
Suki then.
there was a throwaway line at the beginning of one of the episodes where he tried flirting up a Fire Nation soldier, which, for the record, perfectly in character for Sokka.
It is perfectly in
And
character for Sokka.
Honestly, I like the idea that he's still kind of a playboy. You gotta get the energy going on just a bit.
I just feel like it undercuts Yue being
Yo, wait a
Sokka's
minute.
first love to have him to have them play up Suki as his love interest so much in the first part.
Also, I just realized this means that Sokka has officially got a love interest for every nation. We
Yes.
got the Earth Kingdom chick, a Fire Nation chick, and now a Water Nation.
Hey! Don't forget the Cave of Two Lovers.
Actually,
that was so weird.
Team Jack needs to have a private meeting, guys. Okay? There's going to be some changes in management by the end of this, so we apologize for the inconvenience.
Oh, just
But yeah.
no.
Yeah, so that's Suki. Just
Yeah. I think that this actually comes to a much bigger thing. I mean I complained about it a little bit with Boomy, but it was also with Suki's mom and a lot of other characters. Nobody really gives a shit about Aang being the Avatar. And it's like in the cartoon, like
Yeah.
I get it. They probably could have shown a little bit more variation with how people react to Aang being the Avatar, but he is supposed to be hope. So with
Yeah,
them
they
being like
corrected in the opposite direction by having them not react
yeah,
very much.
and it's like, well, what it
Like, I
what
get how they're trying to sell. I get that they're trying to sell that, like, okay, the war has gotten so bad that people are this beaten down. But at the same freaking time, this is the biggest hope you guys have in literally 100 years.
I was gonna say,
Exactly.
like,
they keep repeating that shit 100 damn times.
you had
Yeah.
a ellipsis
But yeah,
mark
why the
was
hell wouldn't you have a bit more reaction to this?
ellipsis mark noted that they said, oh, they're trying to turn him into a messiah character. And it's like, well, that sort of is kind of what the Avatar is. He brings hope. He's not the ultimate savior, but he is bringing a chance to actually survive and change the world. Like, that's his job, is to bring balance, and what the world is currently is completely out of balance.
Yeah,
So-
and that's what I said. Like, they're not doing that with Aang, and that's kind of the problem.
Yeah. It's like, although I can also understand it, like, it's been 100 years. People have forgotten what it means to be the Avatar. It's like,
Well, like I would think that would make it stronger though, because like
I guess
here's
legend,
this
yeah.
legendary figure of this guy who everyone says has saved the world, and if only he was here, then everything would be okay. And then all of a sudden you see him with your own eyeballs, and you're like, everything is gonna be all right now. He is here.
it's like, I mean,
He is All Might.
at risk of going down a very dangerous rabbit hole. It's like if you plopped Jesus Christ down in the middle of New York City. It's like, how would people react? Like, would they even believe that he's him? Like, what would they require of him to prove that he is the Messiah? Like, what would you do? Like, if you the second coming, guys, the pearly gates, they are coming. Rapture is on the verge. I gotta get you guys all up to snuff on what you need to do to get into the pearly gates. Like,
they would see his long hair and
that's fair,
sandals,
but the
and just
issue-
presume he was like
an
A
influencer.
cosplayer.
or something. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Like, he would have to do some miracles.
You would just think, no, he's not Jesus. Moist Critical is Jesus.
You're right. You're right. Everyone would, because we all know that Moist Critical is genuinely the second coming of Christ, and we all just treat him as an internet celebrity. It's the mistake we're mixing, everyone. The Avatar is right in front of us, and we haven't acknowledged him.
Yeah, because like the thing is to make
it makes
Aang.
sense.
In order to
Sorry,
show people that Aang is the Avatar, all he has to do is airbend. That is very easy because the airbenders are no more. There are no more airbenders. And the last Avatar was an airbender. So if this kid is doing airbending, that means that he is the Avatar.
I just remembered another plot
Not
point
to
that
mention-
really irritated me from that opening
no.
scene.
Uh-oh.
All the airbenders
Oh,
from
what?
everywhere are in this one location at one time, just
Right.
conveniently for the entire Fire Nation to genocide them. I'm
Yep.
sorry. Full stop. No.
No way.
Like, the idea that this
Like, I can understand the leaders of the different, nomad communities. Yes, there would be a time when they would congregate and decide what the hell is going on, especially since they caught wind that the Fire Nation was about to go to war. But fact of the matter is, all of the citizens, all of the, younglings, all from all the different air temples, I could not even, no way.
Yeah,
Not
no,
even close.
it would
No
be.
fucking shot.
I mean, you need someone to tend to the fucking air temples back home. They would have
Yeah.
survived.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's so, the idea that instead of having it be a fight that was waged over a series of months, if not years, between multiple different locations, and that the Fire Nation was being as efficient as possible to root out. They tried to fix a problem that didn't. It's been 100 years. The idea that the Fire Nation has systematically wiped out the Airbenders isn't really that much of a stretch in 100 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I think it's a missed opportunity. They said that they wanted to make the show darker and more mature and more like Game of Thrones and stuff. They had an opportunity where they set up Gyatso defending all the children hiding in the corner. They only showed Gyatso's skeleton. They didn't show the pile of kid bones.
Oh yeah, I was actually going to comment on that. I really
Oh,
hate they took away the fact that
got
Gyatso
incinerated.
killed people.
Yeah,
Because like the idea that
It made
Gyatso,
his
Yeah.
death seem so harder.
yeah,
yeah,
Mhm.
they didn't need to do any of that. Like the idea that Gyatso was simply, you know, what've been really tragic is like the kids dying. Like maybe Gyatso seeing the kids dying or something like that. He couldn't save them in time, and he
The
retreated,
younglings.
and then he defended himself. And like maybe he let his anger get the better of him. Like maybe it finally broke his spiritual concentration. Like there's any number of routes you could have taken to still arrive at what you had in the original and still get the point through that even someone that Aang loved, and I genuinely believe that he and Aang loved each other like a father and son. Like I actually
Yeah.
really got that from this, even
Yeah.
though a lot of his dialogue was expository. The actor carried it through, and like I think it would have hit
Yeah.
even harder that yeah, Gyatso was willing to kill in his last moments for in some way or
Yeah,
another.
he had that dog in him.
and also if he wasn't able to save those children, like maybe he fought as hard as he could, but they still ended up dying in the end, and he had to retreat. Maybe that's why he didn't pass over, because we skipped over the fact that Aang saw Gyatso in the spirit world.
Right, we did. We should
Well, we
we should
mentioned
bounce to
that
that now. Then
earlier,
we mentioned it,
but
but it wasn't
yeah.
expanded upon. That they have
Yeah.
this final like conversation with each
Mhm.
other. That's very also I just realized spoiled by the thumbnail,
Yeah.
which is great.
Oh, was it?
It was.
Well, I guess it's where you
Oh.
watched it.
But
Yeah, you watched it.
That's why I was so protective of not showing you the
Oh,
thumbnails
no,
when
no,
it
no,
came
no,
to watching
I,
Etika 7.
I only just now realized it's in the thumbnail. So I was hitting like the next episode button, and so that just it saved me.
Yeah, yeah.
But
But
I,
that is the reason, because the Funimation's website just does not work properly, and I didn't want it. It ended up Sayaka got spoiled anyway, but you know,
Sakuya.
Sorry, Sayaka.
Now you're the one making a mistake. I remember I messed that up a couple of times. But yes, Gyatso and Aang got to have a little moment. I thought it was a little awkward how he tried to invite him to a game and then immediately cheated. It's like,
Yeah, well, because it's to show that this is the real Gyatso, because that's
Yeah.
what he does. He's playful. He's a playful old man who cheats at Paisho.
Yeah.
yeah. So I God, their farewell. Fucking Gyatso's actor is like, I know he's been given a lot of bad dialogue, but holy fuck, the hurt in his eyes when he
It
says
was
like
really good.
when he says like, yeah, we'll be able to talk later. It's like, yeah, we'll be
Yeah,
able
we'll
to talk
talk.
later. We'll talk later. It's like fuck, man. Someone give this
Yeah.
man a hug.
Yeah.
I don't really understand why Gyatso chose that moment to pass on, and go into the reincarnation cycle, but like maybe it was just the fact that he just wanted to see Aang again, and then that allowed him to pass over. But I think that could have been a little bit stronger as to like why he wasn't there when Aang tried to return to talk to him again.
It almost looks like he doesn't have a choice in the matter, or maybe it was like he just like, I have one last thing I want to do is see Aang again, and it's like, oh, this is it.
Yeah.
This is like I've gotten my last request.
Yeah.
I need to pass on, and if I stay any longer, things are going to go poorly for me.
Well, because I think with Buddhism and all that kind of stuff is dependent on you, because he chose not to pass on with the other airbenders.
True. So I wonder if
Yeah.
there's a mechanic there we're not understanding.
Yeah.
Because like otherwise it does kind of hurt the scene, which I think is genuinely so good.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, because if it's tied with some amount of, like, say, regret, in a similar vein as, like, say, Jujutsu Kaisen when it comes to people not being able to pass on, then I can understand, because then we could rationalize it as say, like, okay, Yatso got to meet Aang again, the last of his regrets sort of is just gone now, and he's pretty much just at peace, he has nothing else really to do, so that's why his spirit passed on. But without it, it just feels a little iffy than it really needs to be.
I do like that he told Aang, if you stayed with us, you would have died. What happened to us was not your fault. But unfortunately, I think that the
Yeah.
show kind of undercuts that by having Aang continuously repeat, like,
By just
everything is
smacking
my
that
fault.
over the head.
Yeah.
I'm the Avatar and I haven't been able to do anything. It's like you
Over and over.
kind of ruined what Gyatso was trying to tell you.
I think when I heard that scene, I kind of had a very negative reaction, and it's not necessarily because of that itself. I think that can work. It's just that I felt like at the track we were going with it at the time, I think I just didn't have any faith that the show would actually, ease up on angsting over and over again about him being at fault for what happened. Like, I understand that I'm not asking for Aang not to be angsting about this. Like, that would be ludicrous, right? I'm just saying that there needs to be a proper progression of this idea and not just repetition for the sake of it, because that's what this comes off as to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
It comes
overall,
off as more childish than the cartoon.
even though as I really love the dynamic, the brief dynamic we get between Gyatso and Aang here, and the acting between the two actors, I think they have really good chemistry as this dynamic. I think overall the Gyatso and Aang dynamic suffers from the fact that not only do we see Gyatso's death and get so much elaboration on it, but also him meeting Gyatso again.
Yeah.
It's a shame when I have to say that something that I really like and I think is good actively detriments the overall story. It's really one of those painful things as a critic, because it's like, I really like what you were trying for, but it didn't pan out.
Yeah. It's one of those give and take sort of things where it's like you want to have your cake and eat it too, but sometimes it just doesn't work out. If you want to keep one scene, you have to get rid of the other one. It's sort of like that Boomy situation, but they didn't have their friend writers on the scene to help them massage both of them in to make them work.
Yeah. So should we move on to the north then?
Sure.
Because I feel
Yeah,
like
sure.
we're kind of I feel like we've covered a lot. I just feel like we haven't touched on the North Pole, where I feel like it does flag a little bit, but I also kind of feel like
Why?
What?
Why the fuck did they make Han a perfect character?
That was a weird choice.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
what?
Like I look, all respect to like my buddy Asaka here. Like, I love him getting like respect and veneration, them immediately asking, "Oh, you've had experience. We
Yeah.
got to use that." Like, why? Like, Han was a rival figure for Sokka.
Yes.
Like, and
Right.
like there is something there to exploring. Oh, he is the perfect guy, but Yue turned him down. It's like there's something there, but I feel like you're losing a lot in the process.
Yes.
Yeah, because
and especially
the whole
since,
thing.
like,
Sorry.
you
Go ahead.
ain't. No, I understand. And I feel like we might actually hit the same point here. Is that okay? Yue, of course, was betrothed to this guy. Maybe it's because part of it is because that is a mark against them on their relationship, where Han actually caught feelings for Yue genuinely, and Yue didn't for him, I suppose. Even after she broke off the engagement on her own and everything. But like, she has one interaction with Sokka in the spirit world, and one like the day that he arrived, and
They do
she's
the
just
blushy eyes at each other.
Yeah.
she's just into him now, as opposed to this guy who's ostensibly perfect, who she knew her whole life. Like, there are ways in which you can justify that.
I was gonna
I've
say,
seen
did
this
she-
done before?
Did she break off the
I just
engagement in
don't-
the original?
No, that because it was a source. It was a source of pain for her, because she says, "I like you, Sokka, but I'm engaged," and in order
Yes.
in order to properly serve my people, I can't just do what I want and marry somebody that I want to marry. I have to do what is best for
Right.
my people. And Sokka says, but you're not marrying your people. But in this, she's just like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna break off my engagement because I
Well,
like this guy.
I have several thoughts on that, but first I want to point out there's this guy that's like, "Welcome, Avatar, to what is it called?"
That was Han.
That was Han.
That was Han. Yes.
Oh, wait, to Agna Kel.
What?
Well, here's the thing. Okay, first, you are facing away from him, and he is also several hundred feet in the air behind you.
Yes. I thought that was so stupid.
It's like, what the fuck? You're not Willy Wonka welcoming people to the fucking factory. Like, come on, man, what the fuck? But okay, so notably, they did manage to keep the sexism dynamic in this
with Master Paku,
with
yeah.
Master Paku.
I actually like what they did with Master Paku. Because he was really over the top in the cartoon, but they made his sexism a lot more subtle in this, and I think that is a marked improvement.
Yeah, and my only critique is this immediately meshes with what they did with Yue. It meshes because like, oh, it's a sexist society where women stay in the kitchen and heal people, but they can just break off their engagements willy-nilly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that too.
Especially the crown
And
princess.
also-
And they didn't do anything with Kana, like her Kana's connection.
I
to
know
Master
the
Paku.
necklace didn't get any mention, and that becomes fucking vital later.
Yeah.
Like, come on! I don't. It's frustrating.
You know what? Yeah, and also given the fact that they keep the sexism aspect of the North Pole of the Northwire tribe, it makes it even weirder how they just took that out of Sokka.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you can argue that, like, okay, they're trying to make him a bit more likable to wider audiences. Netflix, okay? I need you to... I'm gonna get on the green rat for a little bit. I'm gonna need you to come very closely. Who the fuck do you think is watching this damn thing? It's not people who have never seen Avatar before. I am willing to bet my house that the majority of people who watch the show have that the majority of people who watch my house are people who have already been familiar with the series.
I didn't know people watched your house so closely. Everyone's just outside watching your house. It's like, man, this is so fire. We gotta go watch the live action series now. I was gonna say, like, I understand what you're saying, like, and like, I to kind of stand on the pulpit, stand on the green rat with you. The Netflix.
Critter,
the people,
I hope you have a strong back.
Oh, she does. she's been on the internet for a while.
Yes.
The Netflix, the people watching the show were fans of the original. And do you know who they're showing it to? Their friends, their family. Because here's an unfortunate fact of life that was actually acknowledged in the Tundra. Animation in the West is still very much seen as a kid's thing. It's still very much seen as children's medium.
Which is proof that God is dead and we killed him.
Meanwhile, Avatar, though it does have a lot more kiddie elements than I think a lot of people want to acknowledge that say it's a very mature show, is still a very mature show when it comes down to a lot of storytelling. And this season, like this live action season, is it's a chink in the armor of anyone that treats children's animation as a kids medium, because it's an inlet for people to get like, oh, but this is what they turned into. Oh, I gotta see the original now. So now you get like a domino effect of people like going back to the older one and starting to appreciate it on a more adult level. Like, so when you remove an element like Sokka's sexism, people aren't going to care about it as long as you still handle it the same way the original did. People aren't going to care. And the thing is, it wouldn't have hurt at all. It would have actually helped a lot of different scenes come out a lot better.
Yeah, because one of the main things that I really lament about this is that they, like I said before, they took out characterization for a lot of these characters, Aang, Katara, Sokka, and they didn't replace it really with anything. So it just makes them flatter, more boring characters.
speaking of the main trio, am I the only one who feels like that their dynamic just doesn't feel as strong? Like,
No,
I
I
know
get
this
that.
is the first season and everything, and it's sort of like, growing pains and everything, and they're not used to everything. But I feel like this kind of hurts the believability and endearing
Oh,
aspects
totally.
of like
When
their
you
main dynamic.
when you scrub flaws from characters, you're damaging their relationships with each other as well.
Yes.
Because you don't have characters reacting to those
Yeah.
flaws and bouncing off of them and maybe combining with their own flaws. Like everyone loves like a pair of characters who are bad for each other. I mean, the thing that comes to mind most recently is like the Coffin of Andy and Lele. Like that entire story is about two codependent siblings who are very unhealthy for each other, living in a really shit situation, and people love them. Um,
Yeah.
but like the idea
Right.
of Sokka, it goes back to also like I think they could have still done those things, like Katara's motherly characteristics. I actually think it would have been very interesting in some ways to kind of mirror her taking on a motherly role with Sokka's lack of respect if they had kept that a little more. Because like the
Mhm.
idea is that she tries to fill a motherly role, but she's such a small kid. She's a kid that's trying to take it on that no one gives her like everyone's like, "Oh, look at her. She's trying to be mama." And it's like, "No, I'm trying to save your fucking life." And she gets more and more frustrated with it. And like she has a temper. Like that could have
Yeah.
so fleshed out her character more.
Well, like they did that in the cartoon because there's a scene in the cartoon where Katara is sewing up Sokka's pants, and he's talking about how sewing isn't as important to anything like what he does because he's a man, and the things that men do are so much more important than what women do and women's work like sewing. And Katara's like, okay, look at what a great job I did on your pants, and there's still a big fucking hole in there. He's like, Katara, wait, no, I'm sorry.
The
Please fix my pants.
yeah, so I really feel like they have lost something there. And the idea of these two siblings that are not respected in the thing that they're trying to do for people. And I think honestly it would have worked a lot better here because you have the contrast of such a mature little girl. Like
Yes.
like Katara looks young in this, so her
Yeah.
trying to play mother and people being like, "Oh, that's cute," and she's like, "No, I'm genuinely taking care of people around me because that's what I grew up doing." It's like that creates that contrast. Meanwhile, Katara looks older. She looks anime teen as opposed to a 14-year-old that's still got the chubby cheeks. Like you got
Yeah.
that kind of downside. And now that we're talking about it, now we have the live action version. It really does amaze me how much the characters look older in the original.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, Paku at the very least his sexism was a little better done. It was more subtle in that way. It's just undercut by the
Yeah.
whole UA thing.
Mm-hmm.
And by Katara's
And also
like
the fact that
Well, the
also the
one
fact that Aang didn't really train much in water battle.
Oh god, yeah, that's a whole thing.
neither of them did. Neither of them did, and I dislike that a lot because
Mhm.
yeah, they had it so that Katara learned a lot on her own, but she still needed a master to teach her like how to do things properly so that she could refine it on her own.
After
And they
kicking Paku's ass,
yeah,
like,
and they
she doesn't need
emphasized
a trainer.
they emphasized that she had the natural raw talent, but she needed hard work in order to make that function. But Aang just like rolled around all day and he's like, yeah, I can just do this without even trying, so why bother trying? And Paku is like, yeah, no, your hard work beats raw talent any day. But he's just like, yeah, you don't need a master. You learned everything that there is to be a waterbender just from that one scroll that Gran gave you.
You go,
was
girl.
in you.
You are
Yeah.
such a strong, independent woman that
Yeah.
don't need no man. You have one scroll.
Yes,
You are now a
sir.
waterbending master. There is nothing I can teach you.
I like the idea like during the actual siege they call was it How or was it Haru? It's How. Han. Sorry, there's too many H's in this fucking show. Han came up and was like, Master Katara, and like it was sort of like a thing that I guess he did reflexively.
No. That was just a younger boy that was barely starting to learn waterbending.
Oh, yeah, but yeah, sorry, you're right. That wasn't
Right.
Han. But I like that. It's like the idea is like she's gained the respect of Paku, and they just assume that she's a master. And I'm like, oh, that's great. That's actually a really cute, like, she's being called
I did
that.
like that.
But then they kind of undercut it a little bit by like, no, you are a master now. I was like, the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
I wish that she still trained with Master Paku.
Yes.
And yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to yell in your ear.
And also learn how to heal. Like she just did like
She
the
did it for
healing
like 5
in one
seconds.
scene,
I hated that. That she had to be taught how to use healing.
Just given. And they just give her the healing water at the very end, anyways. And I'm like, what,
Well, no,
what
it's
the
not
fuck?
healing water. It's special water from the
pond.
pond.
Okay, sorry. Special
But-
spiritual water. all that
Special
shit.
water. Special water.
Special
Wet
water.
and sloshy. Special water.
I really dislike how, like, I know that they had to take out Zhang and like not trying to learn firebending and all of that. They could have still done that, I think. But
I think you're right. 2 more episodes. Part of it is like they really rushed the north. Like it feels like they've only been here a couple of days. Like you could have just like made it like a week, a month. Like, come on, give them time. Give them time here. I know there's a whole disaster coming, but like it doesn't have to be immediately.
Yeah. I really wish that they had allowed Katara to figure out that she can heal on her own instead of being taught by the woman how to do it.
Oh, that's okay. I was like, why are you bringing up Zhang? No, I completely forgot that was part of that. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That I think of the greatest losses, the Zhang episode is probably one of the biggest.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you can take out the fortune teller, you can take out the Great Divide. Those aren't very important to the overall narrative of the story. And by doing that, you made the 2 stories equivalent in length, because the original anime, the original show is less than 8 hours long, and the Netflix show is just over 6 hours long. So taking out an hour would make them pretty equivalent. So like, why did you have to
I
what?
legitimately think like you can pinch some things out, like the definitely cut down the airbender stuff. Like you rework it so you get more Aang as a kid thing. You get his whole rebelliousness over being the Avatar. You have him leave, and you never learn what happens to the airbenders until he wakes up from the ice and goes to his temple and sees it, and you get the exact same scene as in canon.
Yes.
Or in the original. Like you get
Oh, wait. No, dude, the runner-up for the worst scene in this show was literally when they had Gran recite the intro from the original.
Oh, I don't know that.
Wanted to try.
Gran's
claw out my own fucking trachea.
Gran's.
It was the 3rd time that they did that by then.
Yeah, like they had the opening with Kyoshi. That was the very first thing we see in the show. So I don't know why we needed it a 2nd time. And on top of that, Gran's acting was not all that great. It was one of the reasons that was so hard. It was just nails on chalkboard.
Mac, Critter, what do you guys think of this? Because I know that you 2 have been kind of silent throughout this.
Yeah, I didn't want to impose because I know you haven't really gotten to that point yet. But I'm just more excited now that you were talking about it more and more. I'm more excited to continue with it because it seems like there's a lot to probably the stuff I'm going to disagree with and stuff, but yeah, it is annoying in retrospect of how divided it seems like the fan, not even the fan, I feel like there's like a lot of people who are being like overly pessimistic about it, where they're like focusing on the cons, which there are, I don't disagree, but like kind of just not talking at all about the negative, at the positives, or the
press
interesting
releases
things.
didn't help. The press releases did not help.
True. No, I don't know why because the one clip that I saw before that really like made me skeptical was the scene where he fights Boomy.
Yeah.
And the clip they posted was like, why would you post that clip? That's not a very good clip if you're trying to like generate hype. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I agree. I think people are just too eager because negativity gets views, and I think that's a lot of it. And also, I think there were a lot of people out there who it doesn't matter what the show was going to do; they were going to be upset with it no matter what. It's a lot like the quote unquote live action Lion King movie that came out, which is fine. It's a fine movie, and a lot of people just really tear it apart. They're like, oh, the lions aren't emoting. And it's like, yes, because you asked for a live-action Lion King, and in reality, lions don't emote. What did you expect was going to happen?
I mean, have you seen...
Joke's on you, who asked for it.
I was going to say, have you seen Your Movie Sucks' a review of it? He did a very thorough breakdown. And I thought it very much... He actually brings that up. He's like, oh, it's not like lions are emotive or anything. And he actually shows several images of just how expressive lions can be in real life. And it's like...
And tigers.
And tigers. And it's like, oh... Like, because I was on your side on that with, like, earlier. It's like, oh, yeah, no, they're not... They're animals. They're not very emotive. But then he showed those images. I'm like, no, you can actually push that. You can actually, in a creative sense, push that. You can make that work. So
lions and tigers have eyebrows.
Yeah, and I think his review focuses a lot more. It isn't just like, because like I think there is a difference. I think what's interesting about that review in particular, apparently part 2 is coming eventually.
Oh, I can't wait for it.
But I think what's interesting about that view is that it isn't just like it isn't just like a hey, like here's all the crappy things in the movie. It's showing like why it doesn't work compared to the original, and then spending like I'd probably say twice, if not even longer, explaining the creative process behind those decisions and why they were kind of like ill-fated from the beginning.
Yeah,
so I really appreciated that.
Your Movie Sucks. Admittedly, he does use some very strong language at times.
Yeah,
but like he's very thorough in breaking down why certain things didn't work. I guess to kind of round out this conversation, one of the things he pointed to was the wildebeest stampede and like why and how it was shot in the original and like why it was such a technical marvel at the time. Meanwhile, compared to now and why it looks so underwhelming in comparison. The artistic techniques that went behind it, he broke those down. He's like, okay, here's what one team did versus the other team did and why they did different things and why it turned out the way it did. It's very thorough, highly recommended. Not to say your take is necessarily wrong. I do think it is overhated. I just think it's a very bland movie.
It is. I mean, it's nowhere near as good as the original, but I think people just are too eager to overly products.
I do agree to some extent. I do think I would like, maybe this is me just being optimistic, and maybe this is just me not being on Twitter all that much, like some people.
Hey,
freaking, I'm just saying, man. Anyways, but I like to believe that a lot of it, to be charitable, I think a lot of that also has to do with the fact that, probably has more to do with the fact that for so long we have had such crappy adaptations that people have gotten
that is true.
Fucking media trauma, as I like to call it, from the idea of live action adaptation, the stuff in general. So I think it has to do with more than that, than the opportunism angle. You could make that argument for like content creators and shit that to an extent.
I think a little bit people are also too hard on adaptations just in general, because I disagree with a lot of people when because they talk about Beauty and the Beast as being like one of the quintessential examples of bad adaptations, and I'm like, the live action Beauty and the Beast was actually one of the very few live action adaptations that I'd seen, and I didn't think that it was actually that bad. I think that people were just hating on it just to an overly dramatic extent because they were so attached to the cartoon.
I think the thing that's important and what I think this particular adaptation succeeds at is it's not just trying to one-to-one adapt the story into live action. Like,
Yeah.
it's all about trying to bring a new vision to the adaptation in terms of like the visuals and the like. You're not trying to recreate things. You're not struggling to I don't know how to explain it. It's like every version of Robin Hood has a different like angle and camera style and cinematic language to it. It's that sort of like mentality you need to bring to the table. You can't just bank on the original shots. Like a good example of this, Little Mermaid. Little Mermaid, when she's swishing her hair back through the air, like freaking Halle Berry or Halle Bailey. Bailey, sorry.
Bailey.
Halle Bailey.
Bailey.
There's Halle Berry and there's
yeah.
Halle Bailey, and it makes it so confusing, but it is Bailey.
People are pointing out she's breaking her freaking neck to try and whip her it's dreadlocks, right? Or no? However, yeah, she like trying to break her neck doing that the classic hair in the sun scene. It's like it doesn't work the same in live action. You've got to play to the medium you're in. You can't just one for one try to adapt the iconography. And Avatar, I think, has been very very smart in not trying to do that right out. Like a lot of locations are the same and visually they're phenomenal, but they have their own quirks and details to them. Anyway, I'm going to get off the rat now. I realize we've been standing on this for a little while. I'm just sorry about that.
I thought we were past that. I got off first.
I don't know. You just stopped talking. I you were just standing there, like staring into the distance like a robot, which you are.
He
I
had
was about to say. You said
he had a
I was the
rough
best.
night. He was in power off mode. Don't bug him about it. Actually, I'm actually surprised that I'm doing as well as I am because I spent so much time just binge watching Avatar. Like, especially because we still did our anime watch yesterday.
Yeah.
Where I had to watch like what is it, 6 episodes of Netflix's The Last Airbender, and then also the 3 episodes of the cartoon on top of us watching 7 episodes of Eureka 7 AO. I went to bed at 5 o'clock in the morning.
You are going to fucking crash today some point. I just know it.
I got a good 5.5 hours, 5 hours of sleep. It's okay.
Oscar Borza Jr. says, I think the reason why a lot of movies and shows are now the reason why is because a lot of movies and shows are now awful. It does not help when you have people like the writers or directors, and that's part 1, so I guess we'll have to wait for part 2. Isn't she a swamp pumpkin witch now? Is like what the rat? Look, she's still a rat on the inside. She's still a hamster monkey on the inside.
She is a magical. She is like Princess Tutu. She is a rat that transforms into a human that transforms into a magical witch.
Exactly. Yes, that's what it is. 100%.
Duke Pumpkin. Shout out from Brazil. Which element? Oh,
sorry.
You finish your thought. I have a super chat to read after that.
Oh, I was just going to say, and Mac is just sitting there in the corner being like, what the hell is this weeb speak?
As he does.
Duke Pumpkin.
What did I get myself into?
Duke Pumpkin says, shout out from Brazil. Shout out to Brazil. Which element would you all prefer to have? Prefer to have? I think prefer. But you always hear jokes with the elements you have.
Oh, man.
I'm going to interpret that as which one would we prefer to have, or which do you think we would end up having? Because I think that's an interesting question. It's you go.
Honestly, I would choose water, definitely.
Okay, and if you were born in the Avatar world, which would you get stuck with? Like you don't have a choice in this. Which, just kind of like trying to gauge yourself. What do you think you would be placed with?
I think where I would probably get stuck with. That's a good question. I mean, what's the criteria for that? If it's random, it's random. But it'd be funny if I ended up in. I'd probably be like born in the Earth Kingdom, specifically like in Omashu.
Okay.
Just to get captured right when I was born.
All right. Well, someone else don't want to hop in.
Well, I always kind of went back and forth. I think that I would probably be born in the water tribe, but when you asked me, I decided to go for Airbender because that is my Patreon role on Hello Future Me server. So I don't
Oh, Oscar Borgia finishing out his thoughts. A lot of writers and directors like to run their mouths or change something of said story for reasons that most of the time it doesn't need fix. That is true. There's a lot of people that just creative changes.
I think that there's
Yeah,
a
like I
lot
said, there's a lot
of
of bad blood.
there is a lot of bad blood. I think that both the fans and the creators kind of negatively run in a circle.
Yeah.
Like the creators do some bad changes, but also the fans can be a little bit disingenuous with their dislike, which further makes the bitterness towards the fans greater. And that's why we have a lot of people now who are just
Dude.
who just are like, fuck the fans.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, dude, this is why I always say, well, not always say, but this is why I've been thinking for so long. Everybody is stuck on the lol cow cycle. Okay? Someone is being an asshole, and the other person is reacting to them being an asshole.
Yes.
And some people who are just so happen to be freaking, either opportunistic or already hate that guy prior to them being an asshole, are being an asshole about that guy being an asshole, and they become assholes in turn, which piss somebody else off.
It's just a cycle of
which furthers
assholes.
The cycle with them being assholes.
It's the human centipede. That's all this is.
Ramilia made a very good point in the super chat, which my friend and I were talking about last night too, and I completely agree. I think that they needed to have a martial arts expert on there to better choreograph everything.
Oh, is that Dragon Ball Z? Is that
Yeah.
Oh.
That's Ramilia, yeah.
Okay, so to read that out, something that bothers me is the bending choreo. Most of the bending seems to be wizards casting spells as opposed to actual bending delivered through martial arts. Zuko is the only one that fights. Yeah, there's a little bit of that going on. It's frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's especially frustrating when I think it was either Sozin or Azulon in like the scene in the air temple where like this one airbender chick just like created a tornado and he just no movements or anything. He just shot his hands and fire just comes out and then she dies. And I was like,
Yeah.
seriously?
I think it doesn't
And there are
help.
many more moments like that throughout the show.
I think it doesn't help that the CG on all their bending is only
Passable.
Yeah, it's like, ugh.
It can get bad. Duke Pumpkin says, I thought Kaiser would be fired because he likes to burn Zell, but then again, Zell is really burnable. Yes, he is. You just dude, you need a warm day. It's all you need.
Your 5th super chat, yay!
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so but because I don't want to leave off on this before we forget. Critter, what would you be, and what would you think you'd be? Like, what would you want to be? What would you think you'd be?
I want to be an Earthbender because they're the best ones and they're always the best characters. But I'd probably actually be a non-bender.
Interesting. And what about you, Macabre?
Probably air, just because I'm not a fighter, but I would love to fly.
Well, is that's want? You would want to be an airbender? Which would you think you would be ultimately?
Oh, I see. My apologies.
I want to do both. I'm trying to ask for both of those.
I would say waterbender just because was it Hame? He was like the chill avatar.
True.
Yeah.
I would choose water because like that's like my vibe where I'm like I take it easy, you know.
Mac wouldn't actually be any of these benders. He'd just be part of the music troupe with the hippies.
And then in a horrifically terrible worst turn of fate, I would be the Avatar, and then I'd be like, fuck. Can you like kill me and then pass it on to someone else, and I can just chill in the spirit world? Because like I do not want this responsibility, bro.
Oh, he was asking what jokes do you think we would hear regularly with our element? Okay, that was what you were trying to ask. Don't forget, you always hear jokes with the element, and I mean bad jokes. I'm like, okay, we'll get to there. I was gonna say like I would want to be an airbender because airbenders are fucking crazy. I love the idea of being able to fly, like Aang does multiple times without his glider. Not forgiving that show, but I think I would wind up being a firebender, which I'm not unhappy with. I would love being any kind of bender, but I kind of feel like I'd be a firebender. Just suits my personality, I guess. But yeah, no bad jokes. Dude, I don't know. There's so many jokes you can go with, and it depends on circumstances.
Yeah.
What are you wearing? And cuts off your clothing. You're looking a little wet behind the ears.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Oh, they're supposed to be bad. They're supposed to be.
Okay, that was painful.
Raymond is not a good jokester if you put him on the spot.
An attempt was made, though.
An attempt was made.
Well, no one else has tried it. We were asked by a super chat, and I'm trying to fulfill the request.
Well, I had to think about it for a second.
It seems like you're being a little drowned out, Raymond.
Maybe it's just because you're blowing a lot of hot air. There we go.
Critter's just standing there like a stone statue.
Okay, alright, we should probably get back to talking about the show. So yeah, the UA subplot is hindered in a number of ways.
The UA subplot?
I guess the main plot, ultimately. Well, there's a lot. Well,
the My Hero Academia subplot in Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Oh God, sorry. My brain was not processing it. Like I had to go through another 3 like versions of pronunciation. But yeah, so I'm trying to think. Like we got so derailed there in super chats and things. I don't know where to go from here. Someone else have an idea quickly.
We've kind of covered everything at this point.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but something about.
I mean, unless there's some things you want to say about the finale, because we're at the north now.
Yeah.
We were talking about the north before all this.
Something about Paku looks like a fish to me. I don't know. It just died.
I think that it's all of the makeup, because just like with Boomy, they had to do like a full face makeup for him, and it kind of looks a little bit off.
Yeah, that's probably it. Also, it doesn't help the green screen. Oh God, they blurred it to shit back there to hide
I think they kind of did a little bit of white face with the actor, because he's a lot darker from the look of it.
Oh, really?
Than what Paku ended up looking. Yeah, I mean, it could also be just the lighting, but it kind of looks like they lightened his face or whatever.
Okay.
I don't know. It could also just be because they had to do like. I don't know if it's like a bad dye job for his hair, but they did some sort of dye job, and that might have also lightened his face.
Oh, that was actually annoying me about Yue. They should have dyed her eyebrows. Like I get that. Like
yeah.
I think her original design also had dark eyebrows, but like, guys, go all in. Everything's white.
I noticed it.
It kept distracting me while I was watching. It's like something's wrong about her face. Oh, it's her eyebrows.
I guess we can talk about Yue and what they did with her, because I mentioned that she broke off her relationship with Han, her arranged marriage, and I do think that kind of hurts her characterization a little bit, because she was broken up, torn between her feelings of duty and her feelings of desire for Sokka. Maybe that's just my personal bias, because that's what I'm doing for my novel, or I'm hoping to do for my novel.
Agree.
But...
I completely agree. I felt it's something rung hollow for me with UA, more than the original, and I think this is one of those strict downgrades. Even though I found like they had a good point of connection where they both took their duty very seriously and they could relate to that. Like I liked that little addition. I don't think that was in the original. At least not to the same
Yeah, I
extent.
don't think so.
Yeah, not to the same extent,
Another
no.
part of UA,
But like
another part of UA that I actually liked in this version was like when they got to talk while Aang was meditating. You know, there was
Yes.
that moment where Sokka was joking about, you know, how he was feeling and everything and his insecurities.
have to
Yui's all like, hey, don't do
recombobulate.
that.
You have to
Well, not just
recombobulate.
that,
yes, that was cute.
Well, not
Yes.
just that. That was cute, but not just that. But after that point where Sokka was, you know, joking about him, what he's going through, Yui's all like, "Hey, don't do that."
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
nice.
I mean, right, but it was just a little ruined because they had to throw in the kiss at the very end because it's like, okay, I guess we're just
They
rushing this again.
kept the scene where he had the bad carving that she thought was a bear, and he's like, "No, it's a fish." To see the little fin at the end there. They
Oh,
kept
Yeah.
that. I liked that. That was
That was
so
nice.
good. Like I said, I think that there's some pros and cons to how they did Yue and Sokka's relationship in this. I really like that she was the kitsune. I don't know why she was a kitsune in the spirit world.
yeah, that's like that
When-
was the biggest head scratcher. Is like, okay, that's
Yeah.
cool, but why?
Yeah.
Like maybe they're
Like-
is she gonna visit them more? Wait. Didn't Sokka see a kitsune in the spirit world when he was in the swamp?
That was Yue.
That was Yue. So like they're setting that up early. Okay. All right.
Yeah, so like I liked that. I don't like that we never really got a scene of Sokka taking Yue for a ride on Appa. I thought that was a
Yeah.
really missed opportunity for their relationship. Like if they had everything there, but then they also had the moment where Sokka takes her on a ride on Appa. But also again, like taking away her confliction between her duties and her desires, that was also a really good scene. It was like, I like you, but I can't be with you because of my duty as the princess.
Yeah. Also, just run.
So
Appa
to
got
be fair,
shafted.
Appa and freaking Momo have barely been utilized throughout
They
this
gave us a
story.
death fake out for
Which-
Momo, which
Yeah,
I mean,
they did.
actually, that was well.
Yeah.
They used it to get them up to the spirit pond, which I thought was clumsily introduced. Like, it just this entire last episode, especially, feels really clumsy. The entire. But the Appa is like it's just a glorified bus at this point.
I get why, because it's probably fucking expensive to have him on screen, because he's entirely
CGI.
computer animated. Yeah, so it would be really expensive for him to have to be on all the time. So they have to probably deal with budgetary limitations and all of that kind of stuff, where that wasn't really a thing in the cartoon because he's just a drawing, just like every other character. But yeah, I do think that I don't think that Momo's fake out death was that egregious, because they do use it to introduce the concept of healing in the pond,
Yeah.
and Yue going into her backstory of why she has white hair and her connection to the water spirit. So I think that that's fine. I don't like the change that they made because in the original cartoon, the ocean and the moon spirit are always koi fish swimming eternally in the pond. But in the TV show, they made it so that they only are mortal for one night a year for some reason.
I like the idea that they were just a perpetual part of the world.
Yeah, because they chose during the primordial start of the world to become mortal so that they could live among the mortals. And now for some reason they just decide one night a year to become mortal, but for most of the year they're in the spirit world. But like, why? Why was that a change? Why did you make that?
And I was gonna say, like, if you're talking about fixing a problem of like, oh well, it's so easy to kill these borderline gods, that's a problem. Well, no, you've already fixed that by introducing the whole knife thing. Like, they couldn't have been killed in their mortal forms because they're not technically mortal. They're super mortal.
Also, there was barely anything to fix in the first place because they're in the most protected part of the freaking North Pole.
Yeah.
It's like
how the fuck could anyone even get there?
Yeah, there's a lot of just fucking problems with it. Let's see. I'm trying to get through this because I apparently have dinner in 20 minutes.
Oh dear.
Yep. And I know Mac has to leave, so I have to.
You have to leave, Mac?
Well, I thought he. No, sorry, it's 6 p.m. his time. Never mind, 7 p.m. mine.
Yeah.
Well, 5 p.m. my time, but I do need to run in about 5 minutes. Yeah.
Oh really? Okay.
Okay.
Well,
I think we've gone through like most of everything in the show, anyways.
Yeah, I'm just trying to like.
If we have nothing else to say, we can't get into closing thoughts.
I'm trying to think that there's one or two small notes that I wanted to make, but I'm trying to remember what they were. Where's my notebook? I have things written down for a reason. 7, 8.
Oh, one of the few notes that I wrote down was Azula's introduction is cool, but she didn't need to say yes, father.
Where was that?
During her introduction, I thought that it was a little bit on the nose for her to say yes, father, because it's like, yes, we understand that she is his child by just revealing the fact that she was undercover and is like working for Ozai. Like, I think we could have gotten it just by him naming her as Azula. Everyone would know that she is Princess Azula. The audience knows that she is Azula, that Azula is the princess, and the characters that are about to die know that she is Princess Azula, so why does she have to say yes, father?
Yeah. It's
because the Kool-Aid man is red.
My other note is they consolidated Omashu, Jet, and the Northern Air Temple plots into one. Makes for a smaller world, but a consolidated story.
I agree.
Let's see.
I don't have too many problems with it. I do like Jet. Jet is still really good here.
I get a feeling he's going to be real fucking good in season 2.
Small little nitpick. I didn't like that half of their base camp out in the woods was on the ground when the whole thing was in the trees.
Yeah, it should have been all in the tree. It kind of felt like it's what you would make for a bunch of kids if you're going to make like, oh, this is totally Jet's place, and you just like kind of put up a couple of wood bridges. It kind of felt like that to me. It didn't feel like the actual like treehouse fort.
Yeah. It's a small little nitpick. It doesn't harm anything in the grand scheme of things, but it's still like, but it was so fun in the cartoon.
Oh yeah. Also,
it was.
Aang and Sokka do nothing to fucking stop Zhao when he's going to threaten. Like when they have the opportunity to stop Zhao.
Yeah, Iroh was right there.
Iroh is literally you have 3 people that are right there ready to stop him, and they do. I do 4 because you also have Yue, who's a waterbender. Like you have that opportunity, but no one actually attacked him or anything, and he's not even like. He was in a position I remember where it was like less threatening to the spirit. So it's like, what were you?
Yes, and they just let him crawl to the spirit and stab it. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
Why did you let him do that? Why did you let him do that?
It's like, oh great, you have it in a blanket now. Attack him. Attack him. Attack him! Attack him! I'm looking at this game. Attack him! 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 Like literally, I'm going through this entire scene.
It's literally my reaction.
His knife is so far away, from the bag. if you could just get the knife out of his hand, the spirit will be fine. It pissed me off that no one tried to stop him here. It's just I don't remember that in the original. I don't remember it being that bad.
No, because there was no knife in the original. He burned the fish to death.
Right.
Yeah, the knife was an element that they made for, well, I don't think that the knife was made for the show. I'm pretty sure, because they have taken a lot from the extra materials, like the comics and the novels. I'm pretty sure that the knife was probably from the comics or something. But I haven't read all of them, so I wouldn't know.
The last thing that I wanted to really note on is, like, you notice it, and I brought it up earlier, is there's a whole theme going on with the Fire Nation where they're masters of misdirection. Like, that's a whole thing for them. Where you start off with the attack on the air nomads, and you fake it being an attack on Ba Sing Se. And then you have the attack on Omashu, where the distraction was the attack on the Northern Water Tribe. And, like, I do like how throughout this entire thing, it's showing that Ozai, his generals, Azula, they all think in this disingenuous, very manipulative way. And it's really Iroh and Zuko who are the odd men out thinking in more noble terms. And it's even partially possibly implied that Iroh may have thought in these ways before, but because of what happened at Ba Sing Se, he has changed.
Right. And Zuko gets most of his personality and his way of thinking from his mother.
Yes. And so I really appreciated just like how thoroughly that was fed through this entire show. It's like one of those,
I do appreciate that.
It's one of those things that I thought they really did well. Duke Pumpkin King says, AKA for one night they can all have fun with others.
Yeah.
And then Dragon Ball Z says, have to run to work. We'll catch up later. Did you cover the We're the 41st line? Me and my watch party died of laughter. Why did you laugh?
Yeah, why did you laugh? I get that that's kind of a little bit of a silly line, but it makes sense in context that doesn't make it all that funny. I made fun of that guy for looking like a monkey.
Oh my god, don't. Oh, I wasn't going to say it. I thought it would be called racist.
God damn it, Go. God damn it.
I think it's mostly the mutton chops that do it for him. But no, I genuinely like that character, and I can understand him kind of forgetting what group he's from because he's just been out at sea for 3 years, so it's kind of easy to forget that you're part of this specific regiment of the army, sort of thing.
Yeah. It led to like just the best scene in the show. Like you're not going to convince me otherwise.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it's a damn good scene.
Yeah, Mac?
I do hate to break it up, but I do have to run. I have to prep for another discussion later today, so
okay.
Oh, you have got doubled up today.
No problem.
Oh, it's about DEI in television, so I'm sure it'll be amazing. I'm sure it'll be very eventful, but yes. But thank you so much for having me on, guys. This was a blast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I'm even more excited to continue watching.
Yeah,
I was not
nice.
before, and you guys have reinstilled my passion.
No,
so thank you.
Oh, awesome. I'm so
very
glad that
glad
we
about that.
reinstilled your passion
it-
for
it-
it.
If anything, I want to encourage more people to watch this. I know there are some people that like are just objecting to it on some grounds, but like it's not a bad show. It's rough in the beginning, but once you get through that, once you get over that hump, it's legitimately a fun watch all the way through.
Yeah.
Or even at the very least, I kind of hold myself to that.
Great.
Oh, sorry. I kind of hold myself to that standard where I'm like, and sometimes I'm tempted to kind of like judge a show too early, and I'm like, no. I'll at least give it a fair shake. So, and I've been proven
right.
I feel like I've been proven wrong about a show more times than I've been proven right. So I try to,
Yeah.
That's fair.
That's why I always say,
and
watch something for yourself. Don't get your opinion from somebody else.
Exactly.
You can have somebody's opinion you can have your opinion be informed by somebody else, but it shouldn't be your opinion.
Let's let Mac
point.
make his
Entire
graceful
thing.
exit. Mac,
Oh, yeah.
do you want
Thank
to
you,
plug
guys.
your channel? Go ahead.
Yeah, nice to meet you, man.
You're welcome, guys. Yes, you as well, people. I am Mac at Macabre Storytelling on YouTube. You can find me there. Hopefully, I'll have something out in the next couple months, but you never know with me. So, but again, thank you so much for having me on, guys.
Oh, it's been wonderful, dude.
Bye, Mac.
Yeah.
See you, Matt.
Lovely. Take care, guys. Thank you.
Bye
See
bye.
you around.
And now I got to figure out this bullshit. Okay.
His lifeless body can just hang out in the. Oh no!
I think. Is everything fine now?
I can't tell yet.
Your avatars are not moving anymore.
Oh,
I'm seeing two of
Why
Wise
is-
avatars.
Wait, I removed that.
Why
so-
is yeah? In one of them
my
is
avatar is
me.
over top of Kaiser.
I don't know why they're
Alright,
not
now
moving.
She's gone.
That's strange.
Oh.
Well, better than nothing. Anyway, let's move on to final conclusions.
All right.
I
Final conclusions.
heartily recommend this show. I give it probably a solid 6 out of 10. And before you go off, a 6 out of 10. No, it's a fine show. It's worth your time. It's worth your while. It is entertaining. Even the bad parts are entertaining from start to finish. I do recommend it, and it definitely has. There's a heart there. There's a beating heart to this show that I can feel, and I really want to see finally just excavated in the future seasons.
Yeah. A 5 is an average show, so a 6 means that it is slightly better than average. So it's not bad.
Sorry about that. I hit my mic.
It's okay.
But yeah, I
Go ahead, Kaiser.
I agree. I'm of a very similar mindset. I think that overall the show is decent. I think if anyone gets brought into the franchise because of this show, I won't get mad at it because that's one of the big things that also irks me about I always judge when it comes to whether or not a adaptation is good, because at the end of the day, adaptations are meant to be advertisements for the source material. And does the source material whether or not a source material does a decent job of representing the best at least a good amount of what the original has to offer, so that people would get interested and actually watch it for themselves. And I think in this case, well, I won't say that it's definite that would happen. At the very least, I would, if it does, then I won't be mad at it. I'd rather I'd rather people watch this so they can get to, the Last Airbender cartoon than say watch a live action Ghost in the Shell and then watch the series because of that. Because then you just have a worse impression of the franchise from there. There are some problems, there are some good sides to it, but overall, we implore everybody here to just watch this series for yourself and come to your conclusions.
All right.
I think it's fine.
Duke Pumpkin
I
says, so I need to go now. Celt, here's my special. Kais will get it. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
I think it's fine.
Okay, yeah, that's a Jujutsu Kaisen reference. I got it.
Yeah, I think this first season was fine. I appreciate how much it's different from the original show, because if I'm gonna watch an adaptation, I do want there to be some things different. I don't think every change was a positive, but it was an interesting change, and it's worth thinking about and dissecting. Even if it Boomy, for example, even though I don't exactly like what they did with Boomy, it's interesting to go over a production point of view. Why did they make those decisions? So I think it's fun. I think it was a lot of fun. I wouldn't it's not nearly as good as the original or anything, but it's a cool attempt at touching on the world in a new light. I hope they get more seasons.
Yeah. And to finish off my point, because I wanted to have Kaiser and Critter go first, especially because Critter didn't really get to say all that much during the stream.
She's silent but always watching.
Yes.
That's me.
I would agree with most of that. I think that even if they kept everything going forward the way that it is into seasons 2 and 3, as long as they change the dialogue and how the dialogue is presented, they could uplift the show from being a 6 out of 10 into like a 7 or even an 8 out of 10, where the show would be like a 9 or a 10.
And addition, I think, on top of that, if they take whatever kernel of inspiration they had to make the 41st part of Zuko's crew, like the Zuko's crew, whatever spirit possessed you, and you sprinkle that on, I think you could easily reach 9 territory. I don't think you'd ever reach a 10. I don't think you'd, because like you have to take the totality of like episodes 1 and 2 still exist, and they're kind of rough. And there are some things that just are kind of wonky in season 1. But you could, as an overall, reach I think a 9 if you just sprinkle that on. You're good.
Even if they added like during their filming for book 2, if they sprinkled in some moments where they just add some extra scenes, like if they took criticism and just added scenes to put back into the Netflix show for season 1, that would be good. I mean, they could do that. It's not like they aired it on television or anything. They could easily add that in with. We have the technology now. Everything is digital. Digital is a lot easier to deal with than physical film reel in that sense. You could easily add that in. But I think that outside of the direct dialogue writing, everything is pretty spot on. All of the actors look their parts. They look phenomenal. I think everybody was cast like very, very well. I think that they did a good job at that. The costuming is amazing. Maybe they look a little bit too good. Like Sokka and Katara's outfits look a little bit too clean for being like roughed up peasants who've been traveling for a while. Same with kind of Aang, but I get it. It's fine. That's just a small little nitpick. The costumes still look amazing. I love the little details, like from the comics, like the statue. I love that they did smaller little details, like Sai has his burned eyebrows because he's a mechanic and he probably had something explode in his face. I love that they had the joke with the Duke and Pipsqueak, and that was kept faithful. I love that Jet had his wheat stalk in his mouth.
It's just
things
so much
like
good.
that.
Yeah, it's just
yeah.
You can tell they love the fucking story. They love the original series, and even if they probably they had the idea we could change a few things, I still think that heart of love is still there, and I'm looking forward to where they take it.
Yeah, they had the rock candy, they had the cabbages guy, they had all of these little things that I'm probably even forgetting, and I could probably look at on a second viewing.
They had the lovers' cave. Wait, no. All right.
Why you? It's always you pointing that out. Why?
Well, because I find it hilarious, the accident that occurred from that.
The accidental incestuous tones that they put in by putting the siblings in the cave of two lovers.
Like, if they had changed the story into a tale of two siblings, that actually might have worked better.
Yeah.
But then you lose the lesbians. So I mean, I understand.
I mean, does the lesbians even matter when they're just a story and they aren't actually characters? I think that is, especially because they changed so little about the original story. I think that was pretty worthless because changing them doesn't really add anything to the story at all. And if anything, because like what we were talking about, it only confused us.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, it was such a neutral change just thrown in there where it's all like, I mean, okay,
yeah, it's not bad.
It ain't good. It's just all right.
Guys, we got an interesting request here. Doodly Ding Dong TikTok. Let me read that. Doodly Ding Dong TikTok says, "Can everyone say my name once? It's funny when people say it out loud. $5 well spent."
Doodly
One
Ding
at a
Dong
time
TikTok.
or all at once?
Doodly Ding Dong TikTok.
Now you gotta say it, Kaiser.
Doodly Ding Dong TikTok with the $5 super chat. Thank you very much, buddy.
Okay.
Somebody clip that. Somebody clip that and soundbite it.
Okay, well, I guess wrapping up here. Thank you all so much for watching. Anyone have anything you want to plug?
Nope. I haven't been able to do anything because I've been too busy watching shows.
Okay, I got a very special video or trailer to a video that's gonna come out next month, coming up this week. Don't know exact time, but I should be. I'm almost done with it. I should be done with it tonight, and when it's done, you people are going to flip. I hope y'all stick around on my channel at Kaiser Shonen when that video drops, because when it does, you're gonna enjoy what I have to say. It's not gonna be about Avatar. It's going to be about something else, but it's gonna be pretty tight. So I hope you guys stick around for that. Again, at Kaiser Shonen. New video next week, and I hope y'all enjoy. I hope y'all enjoyed this stream, by the way. I hope y'all had a good time.
Yeah.
Critter, you got anything going on?
I am very close to finally finishing my very large Ever After High project.
Ooh.
It's close. I have to do a lot of artwork for it, which I knew was going to be a whole thing. But I'm almost done. I'm trying to get that finished this week. So I have a lot of work to do.
I guess well, like, it's not related to YouTube or anything, but Raymond knows this, but I'm working again on my phylogeny chart for mythical creatures.
It is massive. We're talking it will
wow.
lag your computer. You have a nice computer,
Yes.
it will lag. Doesn't matter.
There are so many. There are probably over 900 mythical creatures on this list. And they are all sorted into as though these creatures came about through the process of natural selection and evolution, like in the real world. I made it like that. I'm actually considering whether or not I should, like, I don't know, open up a Redbubble and sell it somewhere or something. I don't know. I'm working so hard on this thing for no other reason than my own.
Raymond, what about the fan art?
Oh God, we don't have time. I have to get downstairs and start eating.
Next week, then.
Yeah, next week then. It was wonderful fan
Next
art.
week.
We'll show it next week. I am sorry that it wrecks. I wish we could showcase it immediately. I barely have time to even plug. I have another short story coming out this week. Remember, I have 3 short stories that went up the last 3 weeks. I have 1 coming out this week, and then I have 4 more coming after that. Please check them out. This one is really fun. This is the Elegy of the Skulton. It is one of the strangest ones I have ever written, but every single person that has read it has said that one was the best. So
It was
hopeful.
one of my favorites. It was one of my favorites as your beta reader. The other, what was the other one that was my favorite? What was
Blade
it
of
called?
Cattell.
Blade of Cattell. That was my favorite.
Alrighty. Well, thank you all so much for joining us. I had a blast. I hope you all had a blast. I'm so glad that Matt could come and join us. And we'll catch you all on the flip side.
Bye.
Bye-bye.